from 2001 to 2004. He completed his PhD from Madras University in the year 1979. His major interest areas are social and economic history of the peninsular India in addition to performing arts. Some of his published work include Political Change and Agrarian Traditions in South India, 1600 to 1801, Environment and Urbanization in Early Tamirakam, Evolution of Political Society in South India, and Music as History in Tamil Nadu, to name a few.
Excuse me, ma'am. Parul, ma'am.
I would now like to welcome our first speaker for this session, Dr. Abhijit Dandekar. Dr. Dandekar is currently the Associate Professor of Epigraphy, Paleography and Numismatics at Department of Archaeology, Deccan College, Pune. He has completed his PhD in Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology. He has participated in various excavation projects at Padri, Gujarat, Budihar, Karnataka, Baladhar, Rajasthan, to name a few. His publications include his co-authored article titled Commemorating the Sacrifice, the Memorial Gallery at Ganesh Leena, From Donations to Memorial, a case of pillar inscription at Karle, and understanding the role and control of the monastery through inscriptions in the Buddhist cave temples of Maharashtra. We welcome you, sir.
I've never sat before. Good afternoon, friends. I still don't want to leave the habit of standing and speaking, though I'm slightly not comfortable for longer hours, but for introductory speeches it's okay. Let us now move from the margin to the center. We kick-started our centenary celebration international seminar rightly from the histories from the margin, because unless that is brought to light, the social past of these communities will not be taken up seriously by people from medieval and ancient India. So I didn't want to comment or add, but I would like to tell students, see, now we are talking on business history, but the community that was referred, it was there in Vijayanagara period also. I wanted to ask the question, is there any remembrance on the past? Because Malas and Madigas of Andhra, they were the professional executioners in Vijayanagara Empire. We get a lot of references to them as those hangmen and disposed of the carcasses. So the pollution, purity, all those things, you know that eating of beef is all not new. But what is now new is there any possibility of that social past and the change? Anyhow, that is for others to look for. For me, it's a proud moment for me as well as for everyone who is present here. Because the institution as well as the department is in its 100th year of existence. And when I say that with pride, this department has seen all three stages of development of history and participated. Probably you will get a list of publications, you will get an idea about that. We participated in searching for the meanings of history to start with. Then we participated actively in questioning what is history. Now we have arrived at who is history for. So there is a sea change from meaning of history to who is history for. What is your audience? For whom are you writing? And that who also raises the question, who am I? Identity. But nowadays, identity, if you ask your ID, immediately people will only give you your email ID. But we are not happy with that. Historians, do we make things complex? No. We try to explore and try to find out what it is. So, aptly, I want to congratulate the department for choosing this seminar, the topic, communities, cultures, the environment, then forging interactions and identities. The first exercise is still in the construction of identity. But the mainstream, we have already identified the identities. There is a lot of work on that, and we have brought it into the classroom as well. I am taking your 5 or 10 minutes because I am also a Samayavadi, like then, because everybody has to respect time. But still, I won't be giving comments on the papers. It is for you to ask the questions. I thought how I have received it in 5 minutes, this topic. See, the moment we say identity, it is always negotiated within flow of multiple influences. Because we are having lot of identities, each one of us we are having multiple identities. To prepare the students as to what we are going to do, I am going to give few examples on identities. And it is also interdisciplinary. We have claimed that it is interdisciplinary. I will start with that. There's a lot of debate on national identity, you know. And for modern India students, I don't have to say. But what is the interdisciplinary on national identity? Only those who have read Sudhir Kakkar will know how a psychologist has approached that problem. The problem is common to political science also, because our reality is identity politics. So, any student who wants to know, and the debate now should start with Buku Parekh, debates on national identity. It subsumes so many things, including fluid boundaries as well. Then regional identity. The classic example is Telangana. Now from TRS, it has become to BRS. I'm not making a political statement. It is the aspiration. From Telangana Rashtriya Samiti to Bharat Rashtriya Samiti. So the identity, it wants to transfer. So Telangana is a classic example. But what I want to remind you is the work of Cynthia Talbot on the Kakatiya identity. How the regional identity was actually built. That gives you an example of how it was actually done. Of course, language, I just corrected the spelling. I am Venkata Subramanyan, M-A-N-I-A-N. If I write that, nobody will mistake that I don't speak Telugu or Malayalam. I speak Tamil. I just corrected. The language and linguistic identity. Linguistic provinces, all of you know, I don't have to explain. Ethnicity, all of you know that. But what I want to point out is the progress that history has made on religious identity. We brought it into the classroom. That's the reason I want to mention that. Everyone will be familiar with his work, Vasudha Dalmia, Angelica Maliner, and Martin Christoph. My friend Bauguna is coming tomorrow, I think he's not here. We have had a seminar on this book. It is the dynamics of legitimation and innovation in Indian religions. There is a large range. I am giving this information for students because it is on this present day research. If there is a question on what is the religious policy of Krishnadeva, it is polemics. That is Advaita excluded, Vaishnavism and the reformed Vaishnavism in Madhva as sectarian practices dictating the policy. That is the level of research. There is a further progress on that. Then, I also would like to mention the book by edited by David Gilmartin and Bruce Lawrence, Rethinking Religious Identities. Few other things were actually brought in where these influences were very clearly brought in. Literary genre, architectural forms and identities. I think we are going to have a paper from Seema on that. Sufism, biographies and religious dissent, the state patronage and political order. I think we are having a paper. It is for that I thought these books will be appropriate for the students to start with. The significance of this book, we have had several discussions, Sunil particularly. We made the distinction between Islamicate and Muslim. We discussed about the difference between Indic and the Hindu. I mean, it is not new to the department because although I retired about a decade ago, but we were able to bring in things into the classroom. See, I only want to tell this generation. Now, so much of talk on identity. If we read Richard Eaton's Passionate Age carefully, there are at least 4 chapters. It will appear as if it is a textbook. I have always made a distinction between a textbook and a tool book. When Noboru Karashima or Eaton writes, you have to take it as a tool book because they have done primary research. There is a very clear idea of Rajput, and the idea of Sikh, the Maratha identity. In which textbook you have these kind of discussions? So that is the real thing. That's what I wanted to bring into you. And Eaton's historical method, if anyone has said, I think the Primus has got this thing here. You see a book, Lotus and the Lion. There's a last section on historical methodology. Use of biography, comparative methodology, integrating architecture and history, the Deccan, power, memory and architecture, collective memory and reuse of history. This is at this level that the identity formation and identities are actually discussed. I am very happy to be here with you and in a very interesting session. 3 different types of presentations. I thought I should introduce it that way. I think we will start with Dr. Ajit Dandekar. He has taken state and community. And he will be explaining a curious case of donative inscriptions found in rock-cut cave temples. So that is why I said, now from margin, we come into the center point of history. The second, I think, presentation today will be by Mr. Marion Fehr. I mean, I'm just altering the sequence a little bit. I will request Seema ji to present it as the third paper, but because Mr. Frenger's paper is also very interesting. A lot of studies have been made on iconography. Here it is on the Surya god. And the Surya god images and mythology as expressions of community. Now I don't want to stand between you and the speakers, and I will speak only really 2 sentences when they have actually finished. Thank you very much for coming. Let me now play the role of Samyavadi. Each presentation will be for 20 minutes, followed by question answers for 10 minutes.
No, there is something.
Hello.
I would now like to call upon our first speaker for this session, Dr. Abhijit Dandekar, who would be speaking on the state and community, a curious case of donative inscriptions in the Western Indian Buddhist rock cut cave. We would also like to inform everyone that the Q&A round would take place after all the three speakers have made their presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. A very big thank you to Dr. Seema Bawa, the head of the Department of History, for inviting me for this Centenary celebrations seminar. I'm really overwhelmed because I kind of grew up reading the books and articles of the stalwarts from this department. Heard a lot of stories of these stalwarts from this department. So it's really a very overwhelming experience for me to be here standing on these tiles. So thank you very much once again. Secondly, now I've spent quite a few years in academics and have attended many conferences, but as luck would have it, invariably my presentation is the first after lunch. So everybody is kind of fresh to take a quick nap, and then I'm there to present my paper. So I hope this doesn't get boring and it keeps you at least awake. The topic that I'm going to present is not new. There's nothing new that I'm going to talk about. People have been talking about these donative inscriptions right from their discoveries and their interpretations, their decipherments in early part of 19th century. So I'm just trying to collate the data from a different perspective and trying to put forth that perspective in front of you, all the scholars and students of history. And I don't have answers for this. There are some probable reasons why this state and community come together. And I would like to know more about these probable answers from you people. So without much ado, let me start. The paper is The State and the Community, a curious case of donative inscriptions from the Western Indian rock cut caves. Now, again, one more disclaimer. Being an archaeologist, we are kind of used to showing many pictures, beautiful caves and inscriptions and coins and things like that. This is my kind of first attempt to avoid all these images and stick to the text because I am in the Department of History. So paper is kind of divided into three communities, and I'll be talking about three communities, so to say. One is a community of ordinary lay worshippers. You see profuse inscriptions on in these rock cut caves. Interestingly, one of the earliest caves, so dated. I'm using the accepted dating done by various scholars, right from the early scholars like Ferguson to Vidya and S. Nagaraju, Walter Spink, all of them. And they have kind of consensus. They might differ into which century it actually started, whether it is 50 years here or there. That doesn't matter to me much. The accepted chronology is that one of the earliest group of caves is the cave complex at Tulsa in Pune district of Maharashtra, very close to the famous Nane Ghat, an ancient trade route, around 26 kilometers from Nane Ghat. So that as you climb up the Deccan Plateau, Tulsa would be the first cave complex that you would come across. There are no inscriptions in this cave, so we really do not know who the sponsors were and who were giving donations to this particular cave. The next group of cave was Bhaja group of caves, and where you have very incipient inscriptions. There's one inscription called Dhammavagasa Pasado, written on one of the wooden planks in the Chaitya arch. Now this is, I mean, unless and until you know that inscription exists over there, and you have a torch or some other instrument to see it, you really cannot see it. The second inscription is by a lady called Badha, who, as the inscription tells us, is the wife of a plowman. Halika Jaya is the word used for her. And there's a donation of Jaya, and there's one called Nadavasa, who comes from Bhogavati, because he himself calls himself as Bhogavata. And so these three inscriptions, these are three early inscriptions. Apart from there are some, apart from this, there are some memorial inscriptions, and there are other donative inscriptions which are of a later period. At Betse, which is chronologically comes the next, you have an inscription of Pusanaka, who is the son of Ananda, a Sethi from Nasik. Now here you see a kind of relationship mentioned with a merchant over there. Earlier you see that plowman's wife or this Nadavasa, we do not know what his business was or his occupation was. And now here the occupation start entering. Then you have inscriptions from the Manmodi group of caves. Then Junnar was the first town, so to say, after you cross the Nani Ghat. And Tulja caves happen to be around 2.5 kilometers away from Junnar. But otherwise, in the vicinity of Junnar, in the vicinity of 4 to 5 kilometers, there are around 200-300 caves. And there are 5 to 6 cave complexes known as the Ganeshlena cave complex, or the Manmodi cave complex, or the Bhutlena Amba Ambika cave complex, so on and so forth. So in those Manmodi group of caves, there are many inscriptions of merchants who have given donations as fields or lands in certain Nivartanas. Nivartana is the Prakrit word they have used. All these inscriptions, by the way, are in Prakrit. 20 Nivartanas or 10 Nivartanas, 15 Nivartanas, and the boundaries of those fields are mentioned in those inscriptions. And you see the concept of Akshaya Nevi, or a permanent endowment, starts entering into these inscriptions. And these donations are given to a specific monastic order. We all know that within, during the lifetime of Buddha itself, there were some kind of factions that were happening. The Mahasanghikas, for example, were a separate group of Buddhists. Later on, thanks to this inscription, also the texts, we know that there are many factions or subsects within Buddhism. Dharmottariyas, the Aparseniyas, the Sarvastivadins, the Mahasanghikas were definitely over there, the Bhadravadiyas, so many different sects and groups of Buddhists were there. So here you see donations are being given to Aparaseniyas or the Chetiyas group of Buddhist monks over here. Then you have guildsmen, like the Heranikas are mentioned in Junnar group of caves. The Ganesh Lena Chaitya has an inscription of Sulasadatta. Sulasadatta happens to be a very prominent name or a very popular name, because different persons with this name have been found in these inscriptions. So this Sulasadatta was the son of Heranika from the city of Kalyana. Kalyana is modern day Kalyan, the north of Mumbai, happens to be a very important railway junction over there. Heranikas were the goldsmiths. So you have the names of the guilds over there. There's one more guild called Dhanyaka mentioned in these inscriptions. Now the guild of Dhanyakas were probably the guild of grocers. So this is a very rare place where you find guilds of grocers mentioned over here. And these guilds have given donations, the members of these guilds have given donations. So you see at Junnar, people not only coming from the vicinity of Junnar, but also coming from Kalyan. There is an inscription of brothers from Bhadoch, in Gujarat, giving donations, and these brothers belong to the guild of Lamkudiya. Lamkudiya would be the carpenters or the woodworkers mentioned over there. So the catchment area of these caves is also growing. People coming from far off places giving donations. At Kanheri you see inscriptions of people coming from Chaul. Chaul happens to be around 200 kilometers from Kanheri. Chaul was an ancient port on the west coast of India, presently in the Raigad district of Maharashtra. Kanheri happens to be in the suburbs of Mumbai today. So people coming from far off places, visiting those places and giving donations to these places. These are all lay worshippers mentioned. Then you have a person at Karle, Sethi Bhutapala, coming from Vaijayanti. Vaijayanti is identified as modern day Vanvasi in northern Karnataka, coming all the way to Pune district and giving donation at Karle. And he makes a big statement saying that this Chaitya, the Sela Ghara, the house abode of made of stone, is the best in the entire subcontinent. Jambu Deepam hi Uttama is the phrase that he uses, and like so, Karle cave, the Chaitya cave happens to be the largest cave in the entire Western Indian rock cut caves of that time. So various people giving donations as endowments, as permanent endowment, giving donation, donating a village for the upkeep of the Sangha. So slowly and steadily, more and more funds are coming to this Sangha. Then you have permanent endowments in form of corpus investments over there, out of which the interest would go to the upkeep of the Sangha, the members of the Sangha, and so on and so forth. Professionals such as the Karavanias, the Sarthavahas, or the Vejiyas, or Rajya Vejiyas, or Rajya Vidyas, or Vaidyas, the doctors, are also mentioned, giving donations over there. There are female donors also, female of a Brahmin gives a donation, which is mentioned in the Kuda caves. Kuda caves happen to be again on the western coast of Maharashtra. A site has been located, an early historic site has been located over there, and excavations were carried out. I was a part of those excavations, and northern black polished ware has been found in those excavations, apart from some pieces of amphorae and other early historic pottery. And the report is yet to come, has been submitted to the Archaeological Survey of India. Anyway, so then you see inscriptions of the royal families. The royal family structure, the political structure in the Deccan in the early historic period is quite complex. You know that there was Satvana and there were Western Kshatrapas, there were two families of the Kshayaratas and the Kardamakas later on. Apart from that, in the Deccan you had families like the Mahabhojas, the Maharathis, the Mahatalavaras, the Mahagamikas, the Sevakas, so many different dynasties, so many different families ruling over smaller regions in and around Deccan. The Mahabhojas were one such family ruling from the Mandar, the present day Mandar, which we excavated, and they are known as Mandaviya from the inscription. Some scholars believe that the Mandava gave rise to the capital as Mandava Nagara, which is mentioned as Mandagora in the Pericles of Erythraean Sea. That apart, so these Mahabhojas, the Karnabhojas are just a different information for the complexities of political structure. You have coins of the Mahabhojas, sometimes showing devices on their coins as that of the Satavahanas, the Ujjain symbol, and sometimes they also show the devices of Nahapan, the Vajra and arrow symbol on their coins. So as today's political party or people change their sides, you see the same thing happening in ancient India also. So, so all these people, the Maharathis and the Mahabhojas and the Karnabhojas giving donations at various places. Maybe that of a cell, maybe that of a cave, maybe that of a water system. At Bhaja itself, you have inscription by a Maharathi, Venudatta, Kosikiputta Venudatta, giving donation of a water system. You also see matrimonial alliances here. For example, at Betse, you have this Sadakiniya giving donations to Mahasamandinika, who belong to the Maharathi family but got married into the Mahabhuta family, or vice versa, happening over there. So all these royal families giving donations there. Then you have, of course, the Satavahanas giving donations to the Bhadavaniya or Bhadrayaniya sect, the Queen's Cave as it is known, and you have a beautiful eulogy of Gautamiputra Satakarni written by his son Vasitiputta Paramavi in his 19 regnal over there, and all the qualities of Gautamiputra Satakarni, which are very interesting, by the way, to know that he was kind of a protector of the four Varnas, and he prevented the four Varnas from getting mixed, and kind of he one of the epithets used for him is Khatiya Mother Daman Karasa. That is, he brought down the arrogance of the Kshatriyas, and he called himself an Eka Brahmana or unique Brahmana, and things like that mentioned in those inscriptions. And then there are inscriptions of Gautami Buddha Satakani talking about a particular village being given in donation to this Buddhist monastery, and which kind of lay fallow. So in lieu of that but original donations, he also gave another village to these Brahmanas, and all this was written on a separate wooden plank as is mentioned in this inscription. So very particular recording of these inscriptions is there. Also you see the immunity given to this piece of land. The royal magistrates or royal servants wouldn't enter this land, and this land wouldn't be used for mining salts and things like that. So the early kind of security given to this particular land. And then at Karle you have a Bhikkhu Hala. A land which is to be plowed for the bhikshus, for the monks, is given. You see the donation at Karle Caves. So Ushavadatta, on the other hand, writes very interesting inscriptions. There's one particular text of inscriptions which you find being repeated at 4 places. One at Karle and at 3 times at Nasik. I mean, in the same cave, cave number 10 at Nasik, you see the same inscriptions. 3 times it is written in Prakrut, but at one time a very beautifully composed inscription in kind of Sanskritized Prakrut. You see at the same level, and the inscription mostly talks about donations being given to the Brahmins and getting Brahmins married, Ashtabhariya Pradena, and giving food to the Brahmins, and all sorts of other charitable measures are recorded in these inscriptions. And by the way, this particular cave is donated to the Buddhist Sangha. So this is a very curious and interesting text that you see in these inscriptions. Ushavadatta's another inscription also talks about investment in the business of a guild, a shreni called Koliya Shreni, that is the guild of the weavers. And out of the interest that he incurred from this investment would go to the upkeep and betterment of the cell or the monastery, and some for the daily expenses of these monks. Now you see another community, the community of individual monks. Vinaya text tells you that people, the monks or the nuns, are not supposed to have their own wealth. But here you see at Karle, there is Bharanta Indradev giving donations for the decoration of railings and images of elephants over there. There is another monk, Bhadasama, giving donations for the image of a couple over there. Then inside you have either nuns or mothers of nuns giving donations over there. At Kanheri, you see a very elaborate process being recorded of the excavation of the caves and various people involved in those caves, and a monk Bodhika was part of the entire process. I mean, he worked there as an overseer. So you see an active involvement of the monks and the nuns in this entire donation business. Yeah, these are some more examples of it. And then you have this Shakya Bhikshu. I will not talk more about the Shakya Bhikshus per se, because that's a separate topic altogether. You see Shakya Bhikshu inscriptions at Ajanta. But one inscription at Kuda talks about investment of a Shakya Bhikshu in land, and probably the produce of the land would go for that particular monastery over there. Yeah. Now, these are the salient features that you find from these inscriptions. The monastic establishment depended heavily on donations, and initially these donations were gathered from individual donors. Gradually, the concept of 5 minutes left. So you see the permanent endowments coming up, and the investments were also in cash and always in kind. And kind of, raising of corpus fund and crowdfunding was employed by the ancient Indians for such things. Now, if you see the text and the practice, you see the Vinaya text, as I told you, kind of condense these monks, and there is a specific section of Pachyderm. Pachyderms are the prayashittas that the monks and nuns would take in case they deviated from the rules of the Sangha. So Nissagya Patichaya would be talks about various things that are not to be done by the monks and nuns. One of them is financial transactions, not to be carried out by these Buddhist monks and nuns. But if you see Mula Sarvastivadi Vinaya, and there is a section called Vinaya Vibhanga, which talks about kind of rationalization of this accumulation of wealth. I mean, there are stories, for want of time, I won't go too much into the details, but it gets kind of sanctions from the blessed ones, the Buddha, saying that if it is to be done for the community, it is okay to have wealth, it is okay to accumulate wealth, and it is okay to invest into various mercantile activities. So kind of rationalization done for such practices you see being carried out in this Mula Sarvastivadi Vinaya in the Vinaya Vibhanga section. Now, why it is done? You have a very famous phrase, Dharmo Rakshate Rakshita, and the Sangha, the ultimate community. Though by Sangha I mean the ancient Buddhist monastic order, not the current institute, which also is the ultimate community given by the Orthodox religion. It kind of community was gaining heavily from this long distance trading, Roman trade that was going on, especially the West Coast was very active during this period, as the excavations at Chaul, at Chinsani, at Mandar have shown us. So, I mean, the royals had to kind of placate the religion which gave social status to these Vaishya communities, though in practice they very openly tell us that they belong to the Orthodox tradition, the Satavahanas. In case of Ushavadata, as I mentioned, that it had an inscription in kind of Sanskritized, heavily Sanskritized Prakrit, giving donation to these religious elites, probably because he wanted sanction of this religious elites for his entire kingdom or empire that Nahapana had built. And you see that in Manusmriti, the Shakas, the Kshatrapas, were called as Vratya Kshatriyas. So kind of a sanction was given to them to rule over there. So it was again nexus for political benefits by the Shakas. Nevertheless, he gives donations to a Buddhist monastery because probably the trade and business that is required to run a successful empire, a successful kingdom and government was coming from these Buddhist people. And the individual monks, again, as I told you, were involved heavily because the Sangha wanted to have the control. And it was a win-win situation for both of them, a symbiotic relationship for the Sangha and all this, whether it is lay worshippers or royal community, to have hands in hands and grow together. So that's the postulate that I want to make over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Randekar, for sticking to the time. And as mentioned, we are having the questions together later. So even the question I have, but for you people, students to think, if it is to be interdisciplinary, in-depth study has been made. But on the title, state and community, state as community, community without, there is a lot of discussions from anthropology. Okay, how far it will be useful, that's not the debate, but I'm just giving you as an information. Now, I request Mr. Marion, Miss, okay.
Thank you, Dr. Dandekar, for your very informative presentation. I would now like to introduce our next speaker for this session, Dr. Marion Frenger, who will be speaking on catering to various needs, reading images and mythology of the sun god as expressions of community identity. Dr. Frenger has studied Oriental art history and Indology at the University of Bonn with T.S. Maxwell and Klaus Hogel. She has taught courses on ancient and contemporary arts of South and Southeast Asia in Bonn and at the University of Berlin, and has worked for several museums and private collections in Germany, Spain, and Switzerland. In recent years, she has worked as freelance editor and consultant for different academic projects on Asian art. Most recently, she was part of curatorial team of a major exhibition on Jainism organized by Zurich Museum. Her research interests include the art and architecture of northern India in the first millennium CE, the exchange and adaptation of visual models between South and Southeast Asia, and the repercussions of 18th and 19th century scholarship in modern perceptions of South Asia and its art. I would like to inform our audience that we would now be playing a pre-recorded presentation of Dr. Frenger due to network connectivity issue, and she would be joining us live towards the end of this session for Q&A round. Thank you, everyone.
First of all, I should like to thank the organizers of this conference for giving me the opportunity to participate in this prestigious event. I feel indeed deeply honored to be able to present my humble contribution to this collaboratory conference, and wish to congratulate the department and its faculty on this remarkable anniversary. In my presentation, I will try to look into the formation and development of the image-centered cult of the sun god, and to gather information on the community that may have constituted his followers. I should like to point out from the beginning that if in my considerations I speak of the cult of the sun god, I mean worship focused more or less exclusively on this god. It involves anthropomorphic images and temples, and it is not necessarily identical or closely related with general veneration of the sun as it is practiced until today. It is always difficult to picture who was the audience of religious imagery and narratives, and to put the pieces of a sometimes very incomplete jigsaw together in a plausible way. This usually becomes more challenging the further we move back in time, even more so if lines of transmission have been interrupted because the bearers of a tradition no longer adhere to it, lost influence, or altogether disappear. In this sense, my paper is also an exploration of what type of information material remnants like images and temples, together with the fragments of a far from complete literary tradition, may provide regarding a community and its identity. It will also inquire into how images reflect changes in the community and its status among other religious groups with whom they were in constant contact, sometimes even in competition. As has been stated before, temples and images of the sun god dating to roughly the 5th to 14th century CE can be found all over the northern half of the subcontinent. For centuries, the number, artistic quality, and spread of sun temples did not trail that of Vishnu, Shiva, or Devi temples. But unlike these communities, the number of exclusive followers of the sun god today is minute and limited to a few regions like parts of Rajasthan and Bihar. It is thus not surprising that many questions remain open regarding the theological background of the sun cult practiced in the early temples, its rise, and the theological concepts underlying its iconography and mythology. This has given room for learned discussion and speculation, and has drawn the attention of scholars from both East and West. Art historians and archaeologists, beginning with Alexander Cunningham, noticed particularly the close proximity of the very early solar images like the paintings for Jaya again, to images of the sun god from the Mediterranean. With regard to Mathura and the solar iconography developed here in the 1st century CE, connections were drawn to the iconographic features with the appearance and regalia of Kushan rulers and the dress of Kushan elites in general. As you see in this small relief from Mathura, these features included the attributes of club and sword, the latter indicated by the god's left hand resting on the pommel, a tight-fitting garment covering the upper body, and physical features like the large moustache. At the same time, philologists and historians of Indian religions have noticed that in connection with the sun god and its images, a terminology was used that contained several words that were identified with loanwords from Iranian languages. Most prominent was certainly the term Naga, used for the sun priest, a term familiar to scholars in the 19th century from Greek sources and Persian. According to literary sources that I will come back to later, these priests came from the continent Shakadvipa. In the following academic discussions about the possible non-Indian origin of the sun cult, three positions can be roughly identified. The first concluded, based on the iconography of the images and related narratives, that the sun cult, as manifested in images both from Mathura and Gandhara, was strongly influenced by sun-worshipping priests from Shakadvipa, a place identified in their view either with ancient Iran or with other areas of the north, to the northwest of India. The time of Kushan presence in the region of Mathura was considered the first heyday of this cult and as the formative phase for its imagery. The presence of a particular dress and attributes in the images was taken as further proof for the existence of the sun cult during the Kushan period. A second position accepted the existence of an Iranian influence on the sun cult, but sought to push a possible influx of foreign sun worshippers back in time to the middle of the first millennium BCE or even further back. At the same time, emphasis was laid on the Indian features present in visual representations of the sun god and a number of literary references to the sun god in Indian sources. A third position rejected the idea of any non-Indian element in the images of the sun god and consequently also in the sun god altogether, in the sun cult altogether. An analysis of the sun images from the Kushan and subsequent periods, however, presents results that may allow us to modify or even revise some of the assumptions made. First of all, it should be noted that, as I have argued in another occasion, the existing images do not support the idea of any cult centered around the sun god during the Kushan times. The few representations that show a larger context at all, like the lintel, actually, as you see, do not show the sun god as focus of worship, but rather as a subsidiary figure within a larger context, be it Buddhist, like in this case, or Brahmanical, as in an early representation of Narayan, where he holds discs with the personified sun and moon in two of his hands as attributes. The majority of reliefs from this period are chance finds, small discs showing the sun in the chariot. They are without any larger context, and there is no indication that they were used as cult images. Another point worth noticing is that from the beginning, the representation of the sun god is maybe more closely than that of any other deity related to the contemporary depiction of the ruler. Until at least the 5th or 6th century, his depictions reflect changes in the ruler's attire with almost seismographic precision. Reliefs like the one from Gaya are shown with traditional Indian regalia like the turban and parasol, while later examples from 1st century CE from Gandhara as well as Mathura switch to a different type of dress and headgear. This and the newly added attributes of club and sword indeed reflect, as already mentioned, the appearance of Kushan rulers as depicted on their coins and in their large stone images. Yet features like the characteristic dress with the long tunic, trousers and heavy boots are by no means most prominent in the images of the sun god during the Kushana period, that is the 2nd century CE. On the contrary, they only become fully visible after this period. As you see, the seated image of the god in the chariot simply does not lend itself to a depiction of the characteristic boots or the long tunic, since both are at least partly hidden by either the pose of the god or by other parts of the composition, particularly the front of the chariot. It is only in the images of the seated sun god on a lion throne, like this famous example from Mathura, that the features seemingly indicative of the Kushan period are easily shown, and this image, like the others at this time, was probably only produced after the Kushan period, maybe as late as the end of the 4th or beginning of the 5th century. The number of elements with either Iranian or more probably Central Asian roots is further increased by the introduction of the standing sun god. In these standing images, apart from the dress and physical features, 2 attendants are added that can be traced back to Iranian roots, as the German scholar Heinrich von Stievenkorn demonstrated in an article in 1972. While the images of the sun god in the Riga or Riga can, despite the emerging number of forces related to the Indian concept of the sun god traversing the sky in a chariot drawn by in common with those long-standing concepts. It has therefore been suggested that these types of image may themselves be an import from Iran or Central Asia. The thorough search, however, has not produced any relevant images from either of these regions that could support this idea. The representation of the sun god in a monumental relief in Pakistan, on the contrary, seems to have adapted Indian elements, such as the lotus petal. We know, however, from the research of Hathiyārohāni and others, and from references in several inscriptions, as well as from visual sources like coins and the depiction on the reliquary on the left, that the sun god, together with the moon, played an important part in the legitimization process, not just of the Kushan rulers, but of other Central Asian rulers too. The question remains, if there are no external prototypes for the sun god on the lying throne and the standing sun god, is there another explanation for the sudden creation of such image types? A unique stele discovered in Mathura in the early 1990s that you see on the left, and the existence of several sizable images of the sun god on the throne in stone and clay from Mathura and from a few other sites, like the one from Nakshana you see on the right, suggests that images of the seated sun god may have been the first images of this god worshipped in a temple context, before the standing image became the standard cult image by circa 600 CE. By about the same time, or slightly earlier, the standing sun god was also included in different contexts in the imagery of other Brahmanical religions. We find this type, for example, as one of the images in the Chandrashalas of the Shiva temple in Umara that I've shown before. Here he is one among many other deities represented in these Chandrashalas. The now established type of the sun god standing with raised hand, holding open lotus flowers instead of the older club and sword, is also used to represent the Adityas in images of Vishwarupa and as the leader of the Navagrahas. In other words, at this point, the standing sun god is part of the visual repertoire accepted by other religious communities. This is worth noticing because some 200 years earlier, when at large sites like Udayagiri and Ranga, images of Vishnu and his manifestations, of Shiva, Skanda, Ganesha, Mahishasuramadini, and the Navikas were placed side by side, the sun god is strangely absent. Among the early temples, no sun temple has been identified, although, as I have just mentioned, sculptures suitable as central images in the sanctum existed, and although at least one inscription from Mandsaur and Madhya Pradesh mentions the construction of a sun temple and its repair in the years 437 and 473 CE respectively. All this seems to indicate that for at least a century, sun worship was not at par with other Brahmanical religions evolving at the same period, and that it may have struggled to find its place among the other religions that it was confronted with. A unique sculpture also from Mathura may help to shed light on this phenomenon. It is again an image of the sun god seated on a lion throne, yet with a somewhat unusual appearance compared to the images I have shown you before. Unlike any other image of the sun god, he holds a single flower in his right hand, while his left rests on the pommel of his sword in the conventional way. His stout, squatting body seems like an exaggerated version of the earlier images. The most remarkable features of the sculptures are the face and the unusual shape of the head. The full fleshy face with bulging eyes is reminiscent of Kushan face types, but the full mouth, the double chin, and the well-groomed beard, indicated by the precise lines running from the corners of the mouth over the cheeks, are not to be found in images from the Kushan period. It rather seems that they reflect the physical features of a particular group of Central Asian nomadic invaders, the Alpha. According to research conducted in recent years by a team around the Dutch scholar Hans Bakker, they established themselves as rulers south of the Hindu Kush in the late 4th century, strove to expand their territories into Punjab and the Gangetic Plains in the middle of the 5th century. The images of their rulers, as represented in their coinage, show the same full fleshy face and chin, dominant eyes, and strong nose as the image of the sun god from Mathura. According to recent research, the unusual head shape that is also shown in the coin portrait does not reproduce a type of crown or helmet, but reflects the predilection of the Alpha elites for skull deformations of this time. Archaeological finds show that the skulls of children were tied up after birth to achieve this high conical shape. Once more, it seems therefore that an image of the sun god reflects the real appearance of a contemporary ruler. If we accept this, it means that at the time when this image was created, that is at some point in the 5th century CE, Alban rulers must have been not just present, but must have been a relevant power in the region of Mathura, where this image was commissioned. More research is certainly needed, but if the sun god was actually promoted by a non-Indian group like the Alban, who must have been regarded as potentially dangerous intruders in the region, and who sported probably rather strange habits in terms of the skull deformation, this may well account for the fact that some sun images were not present at those sites mentioned before, where the other deities were represented, and their temples coexisted more or less side by side. The challenge for the sun cult and its representatives must therefore have been to establish themselves among these other religious groups as equals, while at the same time maintaining an identity of their own, which was obviously very important for these groups. I should like to turn now to one of the literary sources connected to the worship of the anthropomorphic sun god, to see whether it too may reflect the situation detected in the visual images. The story I will look at is the story about the introduction of a temple-based sun cult and the priest qualified to perform the required rituals in these temples. This myth is known from the Sambhav Purana and the Bhavishya Purana, as well as from more or less abbreviated versions in several other Puranas. It relates how the sage Narada, after feeling offended by the insufficient reverence shown by Samba, the son of Krishna, arranges the situation in which it becomes physically apparent that almost all of Krishna's wives are attracted to his young, handsome son. Angry about this lack of fidelity, Krishna curses his wives to end their lives in disgrace, and his son to lose his physical beauty and contract a skin disease. Since it is beyond Krishna's power to remove this curse, even after he realizes that the weakness of his wives cannot be blamed on his son, Samba follows the advice of Narada and begins to worship the sun on the banks of the river Chandrabhaga. Pleased by his devotion, the sun god appears before Samba, grants him his wish to be cured from his disease, and tasks him with erecting a temple for an image of the sun god that is described as a faithful representation of the god made by Vishwakarma, who saw the sun god while carrying his radiance on the lake. Samba, however, after following the instructions of the sun god, faces a problem. He fails to find priests who are able and willing to perform the rituals in the newly established sun temple. It is the image in this temple who informs Samba that none of the inhabitants of Jambudvipa is suitable for service in the sun temple, and directs him to Shakadvipa, the home of the Maga Brahmins, who alone know how to properly perform the required rituals. With the help of Garuda, whom he borrows from his father, Samba succeeds in bringing a group of these Maga to Jambudvipa, thus securing the adequate worship of the sun god in his temple. This narrative is interesting on a number of levels. Johannes Bronkhorst, for example, in a recent article on the Magas as sun priests and their claim to Brahmanhood, has suggested that the reference to Shakadvipa as the place of origin of the Magas should not be taken as a reference to a real place, however it may be identified. He argues that it refers to a remote continent where, according to Indian cosmology, society was organized following the model of Jambudvipa and was also headed by a class of priests or Brahmins called Maga. And he concludes that this was a strategy to secure the status of Brahmins for the sun priests bearing his name. Today, I shall limit myself to pointing out only a few aspects of this myth. The first of them is obvious. The narrative itself postulates that the worship of the sun god in the temple context is, if not wholly newly introduced, at least intimately connected with a tradition not originating from Jambudvipa, but from another remote region. At the same time, the narrative is tightly woven into the mythical fabric of India. This begins with the inclusion of established Indian deities like Krishna and his son Samba, as well as a rishi like Narada, as protagonists of the story. And it continues with the numerous allusions to events described in other already existing literary works. For example, The curse Krishna puts on his disloyal wives connects to an episode taking place after the death of Krishna in the fall of Dwarka, when Arjuna fails to protect the wives from an assault by robbers. The wives are kidnapped and forced to live in disgrace. In this case, the myth provides a kind of prequel, to use a modern term, to the events narrated in Mahabharata. Similarly, the reference to Vishwakarma as the originator of the sun image erected by Samba in the newly built temple connects the narrative to another large block of solar mythology already established, the story of the sun god's marriage to Sinha, her flight from its overbearing radiance, and the sun's decision to have his effulgence spared back by Vishwakarma to win back his wife. These are but a few of the connections made between the narratives and other already existing motives. To conclude, how can we interpret all these observations? Can we read the myth related to the introduction of the temple cult, as well as the images of the sun god, as an indicator of a heterogeneous community of followers? What I should like to suggest is that both the images of the sun god of the lion pose and the standing sun god, developed in the context of the activities of other religious groups, may be particular as a counterpart to cults under royal patronage. It may have been promoted by groups of Central Asian origin, like the Alcon, whose presence in parts of North India was, according to recent research, much more lasting than older scholars has suggested. For such a group, the cult of the sun god was an adequate focus of worship, because the sun god in Central Asia played an important part in legitimizing the ruler. At the same time, the cult of the sun god offered sufficient possible connections to the veneration of the sun widely practiced in India, and to older concepts and mythological narratives, an essential asset for the establishment of such a cult in an already well-established religious environment. As such, it may have been seen as a counterpart, for example, to Vishnu, whose cult was instrumental in the authorization of Gupta rulers, according to Michael Lewis. Both the images and the narratives describing the introduction of the temple-based sun cult in India can thus be read as attempts to cater to the needs of different groups among followers. On the one hand, they try to appeal to those followers who understood themselves as distinctly different from the followers of other contemporary religious communities. These followers were probably still connected to their region of origin, and their visual system of reference drew not only from models developed within the Indian subcontinent, but also included elements from the pictorial language of Iran and Central Asia. At the same time, images and stories bear witness to the ambition to firmly embed the sun cult in an established context of Indian narratives. By doing this, the promoters of the sun cult signaled that they considered themselves part of the religious landscape of India, and probably catered for the needs of local followers, addressing their cultural and religious system of reference. I hope to have shown, in my brief overview, how the study of material evidence can supplement information not available otherwise, and can help to increase our knowledge of an otherwise only incompletely documented period in the development of the sun cult in India. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our last speaker for the second session is Professor Seema Bawa, who will be presenting the theme titled Pilgrimage, Community and Patronage Network in Art and Architecture of Early India. Professor Bawa is currently the Dean of Social Sciences and Head of History Department at the University of Delhi. She was a recipient of Dart Fellowship to read at the University of Bonn. Books written by her include the recently published Locating Pleasures in Indian History. In addition, she also has to her credit works like Gods, Men and Women, Gender and Sexuality in Early Indian Art and Religion, and Art of the Chamba Valley. We welcome you, ma'am.
So the title has changed a little bit because, I've changed it to early medieval India. Also, I apologize for any shortcomings because seriously, I had no time. Given that I was organizing this, so it was a very hurried preparation, and it's based on some of the work that I've been doing. You must be wondering, as an art historian, why on earth am I talking about pilgrimages? But it actually has come from lots of work that I was doing on early medieval temples and the networks that led to the rise of these, temple complexes independently and also as part of monastic complexes. So that's where I'm placing my work basically, because I'm fascinated by the idea of pilgrimage and travel, where these monks and these sadhus, rishis, they are constantly on the move, it seems. And as they move, they take with them language, script, and leave symbols and ideas wherever they go. And I'm trying to trace that. So basically, if you read my abstract, you would know what I'm talking about. But basically, I'm trying to trace the interconnections between pilgrimage and concomitant patronage activity and the changing contours of art and architecture, forms that have been observed right from the 3rd century BCE. But basically, if you look at Sanchi and Bharut, the inscription from Sanchi and Bharut, and the ones that Professor Navikas just talked about in the Western Deccan, what we are noticing is that people tend to leave identity markers besides just donation, but they are also very much aware of their own communities, their places of origins, and they want this to be acknowledged in the donations that they are giving. These could be large donations or they could be very tiny donations of flagstones on Pradakshina Path. And the kind of information that we are getting is also gender sensitive. That the people who are, and this has been a work that has been done a lot by Professor Kumkum Roy, that how these, and of course lately by Snigdha, that how these identities of men and women in inscriptions as they become pilgrims changes. Men tend to be more conscious of their class and origins, while women are more conscious of their families. As we go along, this kind of differentiation changes a little bit. And this is what I will be also trying to talk about if I have the time. It also sees how community, be that a community of mendicants and renouncers or lay pilgrims, leads to longevity of certain monastic and temple sites in central and parts of North India, especially in the period between the 5th and the 11th century, because I think that, and I'm sure a lot of others who've done this work, is that pilgrims and the constant influx of pilgrims is what leads some of these sites to survive on their patronage for a long time. And there are disruptions, these could be political disruptions or economic disruptions, which lead to their decline. And we see this whether this is at something like the Mula Prasada, the main temple at Pirvaha, where we know that with the invasion of the Sultanate period, there was a conversion of the site, it got buried, etc., etc. So that is when pilgrims also stop coming, or different kinds of pilgrims start coming. Different communities come and settle. With them, Jaina community came and settled in that region. And you have a Jaina temples coming up in the vicinity. So these kind of changing contours of a site in terms of religion are also happening because different communities with different centers attract different kinds of pilgrims and their donations thereof. So this is something that I think I would like at some point to investigate even further. I also think that individual and collective pilgrim records and their placement within the site or outside the site is also significant. It's a question that I have asked myself and I asked my sources, that does this placement actually mean that there is a hierarchy of donation? That if it is placed on the stairwell compared to the Vedibandh of a temple, does this mean that the person giving that donation was more important? That he was able to place his donation on the temple and the rest were on the stairwell or on rocks and rocky outcrops leading up? So these are questions that I think we can ask of the donative inscriptions as to where are they being placed and why are they being placed, who is placing them, and whether these can lead us to any answers regarding the social, religious or ritual status of the donee. And how does this actually influence the monument or temple, matha, or so on and so forth that we may be investigating. This is what, as I said, whether this will help us in any form to read the paths that piety took. One of the things that I'm also very interested in is in the peregrinations or the travels of these rishis and munis and etc. Because there's one special person who I'll come to who seem to love putting their names everywhere. And where they are going, it actually marks some kind of network of temples where they would be welcome. Or they just like, "Main to chala gaya, ab to mere ko dekho." So whether it's like that, whether they are actually being invited, we don't know, but we do know that in Jain situations, there are munis that are being invited to certain monastic and other domestic centers also. So whether the similar kind of invitations, non-royal invitations, are also happening from temples and mathas, which are helping these people go. For the Matmayuras and the Pashupatas, we are pretty sure that they are being invited by other mathas, or they are going and establishing daughter mathas everywhere. So the matha position is pretty clear. We are not too sure about the temples, right? And so these I would like to, these are some of the things that I would like to see how sacred geographies are being built through the network of these travels. If we can trace those travels, like Friar Bala, the so-called Friar Bala, was making his, gigantic Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in Sarnath and in Shravasti, etc. So whether, because these were sacred sites, right? So we know that these were sacred sites and he was making these huge things. But in the early medieval period, what is the position, right? Can we raise similar questions, which is what I want to try and do, whether, and also lastly, whether iconographic innovations and or continuations traveled through these networks. So in this paper, very briefly, what I've tried to do is place these within, I tried to place these sites within a hierarchy of pilgrimages in early India, and how temples and mathas are actually implicated in the rise and growth of these local and regional tirthas. Now, if we look at Salomon's study of the tirtha texts that talk about tirthas in the 12th century, that the fundamental feature of the tirtha list here is that they are all in North India and very few in the mid-Gangetic Valley, but none in central India, very few in East India, and very few in South India. So they're all concentrated on the nadis. The one thing that they really love is nadis. You know, all the rivers are sacred, so there are a lot of pilgrimage centers that are coming up around the traditional pilgrimage centers are coming up around these sites, the rivers. And then there is a regional hierarchy of rivers where we know that Ganga is the most sacred, and then you have Narmada and so on and so forth. Yamuna for some reason is not so popular, but Ganga is the most important one. Now, given that in this particular sacred list of sacred sites of pilgrimage, we do not have the regional and local centers which are so prolific in terms of monumental production, right? So we do have, left you said?
Yes.
Sorry, left. Yeah, right. I can never tell my left from the right, and that you can see. I'm challenged, directionally challenged. It's a great problem when it comes to writing descriptions. All right. So, anyways, not to be distracted. When we look at monumental production, whether it is of mathas or temples or a combination of the two, what we notice is that we do not have, they don't figure in these lists. So, Kadwaha, Terahi, Mahua, Madhumati, that is, Ranod, these are not sites that are ever listed in these areas. Mundeshwari, again, not listed. So, how is it that they become prominent, in these regional and local setups? Who is making them prominent? Who is donating to them? Who is visiting them? How do they become pilgrimage centers? And how do we know they become pilgrimage centers? It's because we have these donative inscriptions. Now, these donative inscriptions is the second part which I am going to take up, because I am just raising some questions. I have 3 more minutes. So I will just raise a few questions and not go into the details, though I have a lot of details which I can go to. And treading on Professor Dandegar's territory, which is a bit on epigraphy, how does one read pilgrim records in terms of placement, language and script? One important thing that I noticed was that between the 5th and the 9th century particularly, we have a lot of shell script or Shankhalipi inscriptions which are dotted in central India and North India definitely, and I've seen some examples from Karnataka also. So what is this conch script or the shell script, the Shankhalipi? Is it as secret as it's made out to be? Was it the language of the sadhus who were traveling and putting them as some kind of markers of identity of who they were, or were they pilgrim records? Now, if you were to look at Professor A.K. Singh's interpretation of the Mundeshwari records as well as some of the Kadwaha records, he has deciphered some of these epigraphs, and these seem to be pilgrim records. If we were to accept the decipherment of the shell script, these are pilgrim records, and these are just giving you names of who these people are. Sometimes it also gives us more information. It tells us the profession. And these are mixed records. Usually if you have a Shankhalipi, you will also have Brahmi or later Nagari records. So it's not simply that. So, and they're often placed on areas or monuments where you already have pre-existent records, like here, this is the Prayag Prashasti. Then you have, this is Deogar, as you can see, the pillar is at Deoghar in Lalitpur. Then you have from Son Bandar, that is from Bihar. Then you have from Mundeshwari. These are some of the records from pilgrim sites, where you have a lot of pilgrimages and people coming to visit these places, and they tell us about who these people were. Sometimes they are rishis. They say that they are rishis. We don't know. They may be self-proclaimed rishis, but at Mundeshwari, for example, we found on the Vedi Bandha, all of these have been given by gurus, acharyas and rishis. The donations either on their behalf or by themselves. It's on the stairway that we have ordinary people who don't give their identity except their names usually. Then you have cave shelters, and then one or two cave shelters we only have sutradhars. It seems that in the cave shelter only sutradhars were staying, and they were leaving their graffiti or marks that so and so sutradhar, that is an architect or a builder, was there, was living there. So I find that interesting that there are, if you read pilgrim, what kind of people were staying where, it also gives us an idea about how communities were forming, even temporary communities were forming at the sacred site. It may be for building, or they may also be staying there for, giving offerings of something, right? So this will bring me to, very quickly. Yeah. The other places where we find these kind of records are caves. Caves such as near Deoghar, we have Siddh Ki Ghati, Siddh Ki Gufa, Nahar Ghati, Raj Ghati, so on and so forth. And what I find interesting here is, besides a lot of things I've done, I work on these caves, but I won't bore you with all the details of the caves. What I find interesting is that there is still memory of siddhas or sadhus living here, and these are separate from the matha communities or organized monastic communities that live within 5 kilometers of these sites. So they probably were those who were individuals, and you have a lot of Shankalipi also here, which gives us some kind of a idea. The last thing that I'm going to talk about is the travels, and I'm going to talk about this fellow called Achantya Dhaj, or a man who called himself Achantya Dhaj, and he must probably be a sadhu who went around in 14th century all over Jhalawar and Rajasthan area and inscribed his name on 12 temples. Wherever he went, he would inscribe his name. I was here. Pappu was here. But in this case, it is Achantya Dhaj who was here. And I think that it fits in with the idea that we have of wandering sadhus from sects such as Lokulish, Pashupatas, Kapalikas, Kalamukhas, Natapanthis, Kanpatas, Bharatakas, and so on and so forth. And this fellow traveled 400 kilometers. And he engraved his name as Achantya Dhaj Jogi, and he's a yogi or a jogi in this entire region. So I think that my thing is that we can try and trace why and how people. I don't have time, so I will not go into the iconographic, innovations that these guys are carrying along with them. But I think that also is an area of interest. This is Mundeshwari, and just to show you how it's being worshipped today, at the records thereof. This is where all the sadhus, the rishis and the acharyas have put their records. And these are on the rock faces where you have the pilgrim records or their epigraphs. And this is the very famous Mundeshwari epigraph, which is about, how a king or a sub-king, Mandaleshwara, gives a donation. Okay, that's it. So I will leave you with some images of the temple and some of the iconographic innovations that were happening. These are, and where they are coming from. These are things that I have not been able to do in this paper, but hopefully in the next paper or in the published paper I'll be able to explore this more. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this very enlightening presentation. The house is now open for a Q&A session. Dr. Marion Fehr will also be joining us through Zoom.
दोबारा स्विच में हाँ स्विच में
See, we had three very interesting presentations which shows the variety of our study. One, the specificities of rock cut temple, donative inscriptions. Second is a god, mythology and understanding of whether it is how kind of a community expressions. The third one is a pilgrimage and network. I just wanted to make one, when we study, so for example, I think tomorrow Ranjita is presenting. You have temples who have inscriptions from 7th century to 18th century. And then wherever it is located, it is basically maintenance and repair. That also we have studied. That kind of, say like from Pandyas to later Pandyas or even beyond that, we find it in temple. And there is another student who has worked on Rameswaram as a center. So when we have these inscriptions, our understanding is slightly different because it's a network. This is slightly different. But I don't want. First I wanted to apologize that I rationed the time. I think he should have taken 10 more minutes. I'm sorry for that. Now we have 10 minutes. So I think first we will take up 3 questions on the first presentation, that is on donative inscriptions. I think Alokaji, all of us who have taught Satavahanas, we will definitely be having questions. Now I have that privilege of asking
No, from Avijit's paper, what I gather is, as he said himself, that we have a lot of these names of people from different communities, the ploughmen and the malakaras and the jewelers, and and he categorized those that were the administrative and royal amatyas and lekhakas and so on and so forth. But unlike just wondering whether we should categorize communities that are actually professional communities with those that are actually doing a job, an administrative job and all, and call them communities. That was my only thing, because I mean I've looked at all these and that's one thing. But if he was trying to locate it in the context of the state, then the whole question is Mahabhojakas, Mahatalvaras, and these the different levels of state intervention. So we can't really be talking of a kind of a solidified state, right? So we have to be looking at each of these localities which we have studied, and were they the Mahatalvaras, Mahasenapatis? I think in that area it was the Mahatalvaras more than the Mahasenapatis that were Mahabhojakas, right? So this is the point. The point is that I think we have to differentiate the nature of the state if we want to bring in the state. And I think we also need to differentiate different types of communities. And I wouldn't really put administrative officers and others as a community. That's what my reaction would be, yeah.
Reaction, I also would like to add a footnote to that. Just take it as a kind of a response. See, there is a lot of difference. Yeah, I'll come to Suchandra. State and community. State as community. Community without states. There is a lot of debate going on. I mean, that's at the theoretical level. That's no problem. We have understood Satavahana state in a certain sense. That like whether we have been able to relate it to the communities is the major question. That's the footnote I wanted to add. Suchandra and Parul, please. First Suchandra and then Parul.
Yeah, the 3 presentations were excellent and I really enjoyed it. to Professor Dandekar. Actually, you showed the kind of all the native records are very interesting with the kind of professional thing they're having. But one, it always bothers me, and I'm always thoughtful about this when we read these donative records, that in spite of a very strong Varnajati formation in our country, these donative records, they only speak of occupation and not, I have not found any donative record talking about the Varna or the Jati. So can we say that those normative things, that lived experience, here the donative records gives us the lived experience of the people, and for the common people perhaps Varna was not important. What was important, what they wanted to project was their occupation, their status, and your take on that. And second question is from Fanigiri, we have this beautiful Mahatalavara coins with horses. So I absolutely don't know the context of this. So why these horses are so important for the Mahatalavaras?
Last question.
Should I also ask my question?
No, after that. I will take one by one because
Okay.
first on Dandekar Saab's statement.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to ask him.
Yeah, you put your question to Dandekar Saab and yours is the last question.
Okay, thank you first, Professor Dandekar, for an excellent presentation. I enjoyed it very much. I also learned a lot from it. I have some curiosities really more than questions, which is, you see, I have been looking out for the pre-Western Chalukya situation vis-a-vis building communities and communities of artisans and how they represent themselves. You get a whole lot of information for the Badami Chalukyas, for example. But the predecessors in the Deccan, how is it that in a place like Sanchi, we have the Anandasa, the foreman of the Shatakarni. His donatory inscription is so prominently placed on one of the Torana architraves. We have the ivory covers who've left another inscription at Sanchi. But in the Deccan itself, despite such a prolificity of inscriptions, and as I learned today, of different categories of communities as well, we don't find records by artisans.
All for your feedback. I'll just tell you what I wanted, what I was looking for in this article. I kind of categorized these three groups as communities. One was the community of lay worshippers, where all you have these occupational people, be it the Malakaras or the Sarthavahas or the Vijayas, Lankudiyas, and so on and so forth. I also tried to look at the administrative and people of the royal family as another community, though they themselves are lay worshippers, but they also hold some kind of power of administration as vis-a-vis the lay worshippers belonging to different occupational groups. So that was another community. I was looking at the state as a community. I was not differentiating between the state and the community. If a state could be looked at as a community in the context of donative inscription. That was my point. And the third community itself was a community of individual monks. I also tried to differentiate them from the Sangha per se, because Sangha is the organized group with its own rules and regulations, whereas the individual monk like the Indradatta or Bhadasama or some other nun or some Antevasin mentioned in the inscription would be individuals who would have accumulated wealth by whatever means they had, and then they kind of contributed to the establishment of this monastery. So that was my attempt actually to do that. Now as regards the Mahatalavara and having horse on their coins, it really baffles me too. Because why Satvanas also have their war. Satvanas have so many things on their coins. That's another baffling point actually. Having regional variations in these coins and no standardizations per se on these coins. And the inscriptions or lack of inscriptions in Maharashtra, Western Deccan region, is really very baffling. I mean, at least for the early historic period we have some inscriptions, these donative inscriptions. When it comes to early medieval, there are hardly any inscriptions. I mean, at the moment you cross into the border of Karnataka, you again start getting inscriptions. This phenomenon needs to be, how do we say, explored further. There are certain, just digressing a bit from this, another point is that, since I'm an archaeologist and actually a ceramicist per se, the white painted, what do you say, what they call it, it's basically black and red ware, but russet coated painted ware, as they call it. Okay, the moment you enter into Karnataka, you start getting white painted russet coated ware. The moment you enter into Maharashtra, you have only black and red ware. Those are certain cultural boundaries which are kind of, you can see, emerging. Similarly, this illiteracy, quote unquote, is again a part of heritage of Maharashtra. Another thing is, whatever inscriptions you have of early medieval period are in Kannada. And there are Kannada inscriptions in Maharashtra, especially on the borderline region. All this Latur, Usmanabad district, Kolhapur, Solapur, all those districts have Marathwada region very big Chalukya inscriptions you have in Kannada. The moment you enter the modern Karnataka boundary, you don't have any Devanagari or Marathi inscriptions. A study was carried out by my student on this very phenomenon itself. Now my question was different. My question was, why Marathi? If Kannada was the lingua franca over there, it kind of dominated over Sanskrit also, and that's quite fine. But then why Marathi was introduced in early medieval period? That's another question which I'm trying to probe. But seriously, I do not have an answer to your question. Why there is absence of the building inscriptions regarding building activity and things like that? Thank you.
Has Dr. Frenger joined on the online? Is he there?
She's there.
Oh, sorry. Kindly, who wants to ask questions? Yes, please. The student, yeah. Please. Let us consolidate the questions and then put it.
My question is regarding the worship of sun god. So you also mentioned how now the worship of sun god is restricted to parts of Rajasthan and Bihar. And so to say, it's also now more ritual than in image form. Like for example, in Bihar we have Shad. So was there a decline of the image-based worship of sun god? And if yes, perhaps could you elaborate on that?
Any other question? Oh, I think she's answering.
It's very difficult to say. It seems to have dissolved into other cults, it seems. When I just realized I'm hovering above the other participants of the panel. No, but it's a really tricky question. And I don't think it can be answered at all. If you look at the art, what you find is that the sun god is integrated into different other personifications of other gods. So that might indicate that it's partly absorbed by Vaishnava cults and partly by Shaiva cults as well. But in a way, this is a more difficult question than the question about beginnings. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Is there any other question? That is so. I will add. You see, the study, reading of images or study of images. Kamil Zwelabil was the first person who studied Murugan from Skanda Puran. Here, the curiosity that I have is, one is the beginning of the worship of sun god, number one. Then images of sun god, that is the second question. And then how do we correlate this with the available other sources? I think this presentation was too. I am asking this question on behalf of students.
म्यूट कर दो.
I'm sorry, I did only get half of the question. So, if you could repeat that?
Yeah, am I audible now?
सामने.
Am I audible? How does she correlate? First is worship of sun god, then images of sun god, and correlation with the kind of mythology that is available.
सामने वो ले जाओ, फोन ले जाओ.
Marion, the question is, how does one correlate? How does one correlate? Oh, you can hear both of me. Okay. I think there are somebody can type it in the chat box. Yeah. How do you correlate? We are typing the question. Just how does one correlate the worship and the image of the sun god? And the text.
Image in the text. Images.
There's so much of the theological background missing that it's really difficult to correlate it. And I think in that sense, it's also a challenge to do more research in these questions.
Mom, I think she was answered.
Yeah. So the third presentation on a pilgrimage network by Prof. Seema.
Madam.
Only 5 minutes.
Professor Bharadwaj.
2 questions. or 3
The question, yeah.
Let us consolidate the questions and then she will answer.
Thank you, Professor Seema Bawa, for presentation on pilgrimage, community and patronage networks in art and architecture. The question of pilgrimage and patronage networks is a wonderful chapter of Indian history. And I think this presents only a partial eye view of pilgrimage and patronage. It reminds me of my own studies of one great institution of ancient India, that is Anna Satra and Anna Kshetra. Beginning with the Rigvedic sessions of offering homage in the fire, there used to be satras, and today's parliamentary satras are children of that Rigvedic satras, and even our satras are children of that satras. But let me come to the Anna Satra and Anna Kshetra. The question of patronage for protection of our own people and for gaining religious merit is a very, very long one. I will come to the Ghosh inscription, starting from that, and even I will go up to 12th century from across the northern length and breadth of north and south India.
Bharadwaj, sorry, put the question.
Yes.
There is only 5 minutes.
So Mahasthan inscription and Sohagara inscriptions are the earliest inscriptions where we see the patronage of our rulers. But from Ghosh inscription of the Gupta rulers, we come to see donation in the form of gold, for giving patronage and food to the wandering mendicants. There have been many instances where we see they were given to the Brahmin mendicants, but many of them were wandering mendicants who could be of any caste. So there is no caste here because sannyasis belong to all castes in India. So your take, Professor Bawa. Thank you very much.
Any other question? One more question. Yeah, that last. Give the mic.
First of all, thank you so much for this interactive talk. My question is in general, it's not particular to the presentations, but my question is more of archaeological in nature than historical. It's like when we analyze, when we are dealing with the inscriptions, don't we kind of subconsciously ignore the fallacies that could be involved? Like, for example, an inscription is there. Isn't there quite possibility that while the restoration work was being conducted, not we can't say restoration, maybe the rapier works, the monastery or whatever the caves were built earlier. Then later someone repaired it, and he, in order to hog up all the credit, could have come up with those inscriptions. Especially this comes with the inscription. We don't have any other counter archaeological material to deal with. So how do we deal with that? Purely scientific, is there any way to deal with it, and how do we come up while dealing with the inscriptions in that regard? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Professor Bhatt. Professor Bhattwaj, yeah, I'm aware of the Annasatras and the work that has been done on the Annasatra, and I think it's one of the ways in which institutions were supported. It was not the only way, but it was one of the ways in which institutions were supported and were also carrying on Purta Dharma, which is charitable activities during the early medieval period, and it's an important one. We are not very sure about exactly the location of these Annasatras, so I do guess that these were associated and affiliated with temples and mathas, and were very much, things that would have facilitated pilgrimage for the wandering lay pilgrims as well as for other mendicants and renouncers. So yes, I'm aware of that. If that's my take on it, that yes, there are, and it's not a very long-lived institution in epigraphy. I'm sure in other sources it would be there, but I haven't seen it much further in epigraphic terms. Yeah, as far as your question on epigraphy as a source, what about the fallibility of epigraphy and whatever? Are you a student of history?
He's a student of archaeology.
He's a student of archaeology. All right. Even less reason to ask this question, because we do this from MA first year, BA first year. That's our first topic.
You can answer. After that, I'll.
Yeah.
So Faisal, as I have understood your question, which was quite complicatedly put actually. What you want to say is, what if the original inscription is not there and somebody else has put that inscription as a kind of forgery? Okay?
That's the question. Unfortunately. I think he's talking about subconscious bias.
No, he's talking about forgeries or the possibility.
No, he is asking of subconscious bias.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. Now I've understood so much subconscious bias.
Yeah.
Not, yeah, subconscious bias, yes.
Which we have to consciously put aside. So we have to look at the context of that inscriptions, I mean the paleography and things like that, and then arrive at some conclusion. You just can't take it. I mean, for example, you have an inscription of various periods at a particular site, right? That only tells you the life of that particular site. I think we can discuss it later on.
So, thank you very much. I have been asked to convey a few concluding remarks. Although I have had enough whatever I wanted to say, I want to say only the three presentations were really thought-provoking. One on donative inscriptions. I think I will try to partly answer to your question. You know, there are lots of studies on danas and dakshinas, as Professor Bharadwaj mentioned. But when you come to the medieval period also the society was on the move. I mean, if early medieval was on move, medieval was more on move. Okay, for example, the Marathas or the Vijayanagara kings, they built mahals. In this context, on Annasatras, there is a satirical work titled in Telugu as Annadana Mahanatakamu. You know, you have different kinds of texts and you have different kinds of readings and understanding. That's a very Dana Dakshina, it changes from ancient period to the medieval period, and when you come to the Maratha period, don't fool us with these are Annadana Mahanataka. It is called Annadana Mahanatakamu in Telugu. It is there in Tanjore Saraswati Mahal Library. So the different kinds of sources have different stories to say, but the historical method has to evaluate them. That is what I would like to say. The second one presentation was on reading the images from mythology. So it's a beginning stage. People have studied individual icons and they have analyzed. But reading images is, for example, the kind of migration that she was talking about, that kind of a worship came from outside India is very, very, I mean, it requires more kind of a probe. And then the attempt of Dr. Seema Bawa, and then the location of the inscriptions is what I wanted to comment. See, even within the Srirangam temple, some are on the sanctum sanctorum, some are on the walls. Because a temple, if it is in existence for 11 centuries, it gets on added. If it's a place of worship. So different communities participate. Donative inscriptions do tell a story. See, we have to make it history. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
We would now like to invite Professor Vipul Singh on stage to felicitate our esteemed speakers and chair.
There are some people, whenever you meet them, they would touch new heights of peace.
Now we will be having a short tea break. I request our audience.
No tea break. No tea break.
I request our audience to continue being seated. The tea will be served in the hall itself. And the next session will start in another 5.
No, it will start now.
Before we move to the last session, day 1, I would like to take the time and thank you all the speakers and the guests and our volunteers who have been aimlessly working and taking time out of the busy schedule to be part of this
प्रोफेसर नीलेश का पहले कर देते हैं, उसके बाद ऑनलाइन खत्म हो जाएगा।
ठीक है, I just talk to him. Now proceed to the last session of day 1.
ये वो तो कॉल कर ले उनको डायरेक्ट जेसन सर
उसी पे ज्वाइन कर रहा हूँ ना मीटिंग में
अरे इसको
is around ecology and
व्हाट्सएप कॉल कर ले
following we have four speakers, Professor Jaya Sinha Tyagi, Professor Suchandra Ghosh, Professor Vipul Singh, and Professor Jason Niryamakas. I request the speakers to have a seat and chair by Professor R.P. Thakran. I request Professor Thakran to have a seat and share.
Please settle down. The next session is starting. Please settle down.
सर की सर की मैं कह रहा था कि उनका पहले कर लेना
एंड आई वांट के क्वेश्चंस भी पहले ले
हाँ वही वो जाके उसको बोल के मोनालिसा को
ठीक है ऑल्सो शुड आई गो दैट मैम को भी बता दो
Go and tell the chair.
Hi, Professor Neelis. Can you hear us? Sir? Hello. Just one second, sir. Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sir, will it be fine if we have your presentation and your question answers first so that there are no issues that later on?
Sure, that's fine. Can I give my presentation via Zoom?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Can the members in the audience hear me clearly?
Yes, they will be able to hear you. However, our mics will be muted because you might have an issue with your voice coming back to you, which might create issues, which is why our mics will be muted, but we will be able to hear you clearly.
So, where is Jason?
Because I think that my recording, the audio quality was not very good.
Sure, sir. Also, sir, we are running slightly late, so we might need to have some time limit. What?
20 minutes.
Around 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay.
20 minutes.
I'll do my best to stay within 20 minutes, but I may have to speak very quickly.
Yes, I'm sure we'll be able to hear you properly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
And
So put it on.
I'm sorry I missed the previous session, but it was very early in the morning.
Yes, I can
here.
imagine. I can imagine.
But
Yeah.
I'll look forward to staying for the
Yeah.
duration at
Yeah.
this point.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you very much for giving me a chance to participate virtually from very far away.
Yeah.
Just put this in. All right, sir. Sorry,
Can
sir.
I just yes, please. Brief remark. The delay.
Mona Lisa, you can start.
Just one second. Sir saying something. No, wait. Sir, you're saying something? I think there's...
What happened?
Ma'am, there's some slight audio issue. Just let me fix it.
Audio कहाँ गया?
हाँ. नहीं, but we will need it for that, ना?
एक मिनट वो
ठीक है.
डालना पहले
हाँ. Yes, sir, you were saying something?
Just briefly, the delay in transmission is very long. I noticed that because I could see myself doing something that I did actually a minute or two ago. So
yeah,
you'd have to keep that in mind, particularly in the Q&A, I think.
Sure,
Thank you.
We'll
Thank
try
you.
so much, and we're really sorry for the delay.
I know it's a difficult task.
Sure.
But
Thank you.
I think you're managing excellent.
Thank you, thank you.
So we will introduce the session.
Just, I don't think he can hear us. Yes.
Can he hear us now?
Not right now. I think he might be able to hear us now.
Can you hear us, Jason?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, great. So we'll start the session. We'll introduce the speakers. Mona Lisa, please start.
We welcome you, Professor Neil. Professor Neil is presenting on a topic called Topographies of Asceticism in Buddhist Literary and Visual Narratives, Environmental Allowances for Emplacement of Previous Birth Stories in Ancient Gandhara. So Professor Neil is a faculty member in Department of Religion and Culture. He conducted a research on cross-cultural exchanges along intervened networks for migration, trade, and religion and cultural transmission within and beyond the northwestern borderline of South Asia. He's an author of Early Buddhist Transmission and Trade Network, which was published in 2010. In addition, he had also been a principal investigator for collaborative project on Buddhist rebirth, narratives in literary and visual cultures on Gandhara. Currently, directs a project on epigraphy and petrographic complexes in Upper India region on northern Pakistan.
Are communities, cultures, and the environment, forging interactions and identities. It's an honor to be able to participate in the 100th Centenary celebration of the University of Delhi's History Department during Bonn in Canada this morning. In this presentation for a conference focusing on the themes of communities, culture, and the environment, forging interactions and identities, I aim to relate narrative and placement of Buddhist previous birth narratives in forests and mountains to sacralized environment of a second Buddhist holy land in ancient Gandhara, which you can see displayed on the map. This area is located in the Peshawar Basin in northwest Pakistan, and the ancient core of Gandhara extended up the Kabul River Valley into eastern Afghanistan. I will argue that affordances with topographical features in the landscape reflect logics of locality that provided a kind of locational authenticity, drawing upon Professor Seema Bawa's terminology, for associating certain stories of previous births with local shrines in Gandhara and the Swat Valley, which is attested in the Chinese New Year's accounts from the middle of the first millennium CE. Patterns for localizing previous birth narratives depicted in extant Gandharan visual media and reported by Chinese visitors reflect the growth and consolidation of Buddhist sacred geography in Gandhara during this period. Localization of selectively appropriated stories of the Buddha's earlier lives, featuring ascetic figures and themes, parallels the expansion of Buddhist institutions along a network of routes that connected Gandhara with the Swat Valley and the upper Indus region of present-day Pakistan. This is the region that Professor Aloka Parashar Sen's talk in an earlier panel addressed. Processes of narrative emplacement and domestication solidified Gandharan Buddhist claims that their region was the macro-historical homeland of the extended life story of the Buddha. Now, to provide a bit more background for this presentation, I want to clarify that I'm drawing on collaborative research on literary versions of previous birth narratives transmitted in South Asian and Buddhist languages, along with a comprehensive global survey of so-called Jataka images in Gandharan art belonging to the early centuries CE. Now, I say so-called Jatakas in order to clarify the fact that this term is not attested in Gandharan sources, although the term for Buddhist birth stories is conventionally adopted by art historians to refer to images of rebirth narratives in Gandhara, because similar stories are labeled as Jatakas in Buddhist art of Barhut and Kanaganahali in Karnataka and southern India. However, we cannot assume that the Pali Jataka collection of 547 stories was the source of these visual narratives at Indian Buddhist centers, such as Ajanta, Sanchi, Barhut, Mathura, and along that point, Gandhara in the northwest. Now, in fact, there is a significant overlap between the genres of Jataka, Abhidhana, and Purva Yoga in South Asian Buddhist literary languages, including Sanskrit and Gandhari. Within the last 25 years, discoveries of early Buddhist manuscripts written in the Gandhari language and the Koroshti script provide more direct access to Gandharan literary sources beyond the Buddhist texts previously available. For example, in this slide, Koroshti fragment 14, recto, it belongs to the British Library. What we see at the bottom of the scroll is a previous birth summary, which selectively preserves an original composition of the Kunika Avadana, as it's labeled, of the Dasi, the maidservant Purna, or Purnika. These compositions, these original compositions, can be related to visual imagery during the peak phases of Gandharan material production in the first 3 centuries CE and the last century BCE. While other collections of Gandhari manuscripts include hagiographical narratives of Shakyamuni's present lifetime with more direct overlap with Gandharan imagery, the common designation of Jatakas used in the secondary literature is not so far attested in the primary Gandharan literary or epigraphical sources. Our survey of Gandharan visual sources, which for the purposes of this presentation includes sculptures, paintings, seals, and petroglyphs or rock drawings from the Upper Indus, has resulted in over 180 images that can be identified with 16 previous birth stories or narratives, which are listed here. These images of what are oftentimes called Jatakas, but I'm calling them rebirth narratives to include Abhidhanas and Purva Yogas as well, have oftentimes been overlooked in studies of this region's rich visual culture. What distinguishes, and here I'd like to note that the pattern of selection and distribution of the visual narratives in Gandharan art differs in interesting ways from early Buddhist centers of art at Barhut, Sanchi, Ajanta, and Kanaganahali. Although the number, that's to say 15 or 16 previous birth stories, does seem to be similar to my count of the number of so-called Jatakas in the Buddhist art of Mathura, that's to say 12 or 13 stories, which is not so surprising since both cultural zones of Gandhara and Mathura served as nodes on the arterial route of the Uttarapata, the northern road, or the northern road, or just the North Country. Now, what distinguishes the Gandharan visual corpus is the overwhelming predominance with over 130 images of the so-called Dipankara Jataka, in which the previous Buddha Dipankara encounters a young Brahmin ascetic. And that's what you see in the sculpture from the British Museum depicted here. You probably know the story in which Sumati or Sumeda or Meda, depending on the literary source that you want to refer to, bows down, spreading out his matted dreadlocks before the Buddha Dipankara, so that the Buddha does not have to walk through the mud. From the perspective of these literary sources, we can say that this narrative of a previous birth of the Bodhisattva, who aspires to become a Buddha in a future birth by making a pranidhana, kind of aspirational vow, and receives a prediction, vyakaranam, from Dipankara, who is the first in the lineage of previous Buddhas, is the real beginning of the life story of Gautama Buddha. In Gandharan narrative sequences of hagiographical scenes depicting the life story of the historical Buddha Shakyamuni, this encounter oftentimes precedes other episodes of Shakyamuni's present lifetime. That's to say, in the production of Pata around the dome of the stupa, the panel of Dipankara's encounter with the Bodhisattva comes first before any of the other scenes. Although images of the Bodhisattva's encounter with the previous Buddha Dipankara far exceeds the total number of other rebirth narratives in Gandhara, there is no extant literary version of this meeting in the Gandhari manuscripts. Although there is a fragment of the list of the 15 Buddhas, 15 previous Buddhas, in the Gandhari Bahubuddhika Sutra, in which Dipankara, in Gandhari Dipankara, is listed first. Localization of the Bodhisattva's aspirational vow and the previous Buddha's prediction of future attainment of Buddhahood in ancient Nangarhara, now modern Nangarhar province of eastern Afghanistan, highlighted in the map below, around the modern city of Jalalabad, is attested in the 5th and 7th century accounts of Faxian and Transung. This emplacement establishes a logical connection between Gandhara and the extended life stories of the Buddhas of the past, that's to say Dipankara, and the present, Shakyamuni. The narrative of Vishvantara's exile and with his wife and children also links the landscape of Gandhara and the Buddha's extended life story. In the Pali Theravada tradition, the Bodhisattva's rebirth or birth as Prince Vesantara is the final Jataka in the Mahanipata, and is generally widespread in the Buddhist art and rituals in South and Southeast Asia even today. In this sense, the narrative may be understood as a bookend to the series of previous births as the penultimate birth before descending from Tushita heaven to be reborn as Siddhartha. The Sudashna Purva Yoga, translated here by Timothy Lenz, is preserved in abbreviated format in a Gandhari Purva Yoga of a prince who was the giver of all, starting with the royal elephant. And you all know the story, so it's unnecessary to recapitulate the ascetic lifestyle of the prince and his family in exile. This is the sole exception of a rebirth narrative preserved both in literary form in a Gandhari manuscript and depicted in Gandharan reliefs and paintings. It comes in a distant second place in terms of number of depictions to the Bodhisattva's encounter with Dipankara Buddha. The discrepancy between selection patterns of Gandharan scribes who wrote their story summaries on birch bark scrolls and artisans working with visual media seems to reinforce Alfred Fouché's observations about reflective independence of literary and visual cultures. It's also notable that Sudarshana, the name of the Bodhisattva in the Gandhari Purva-yoga, is likely to have been the source of the name of the Vishvantara character in both Sogdian and Chinese literary versions. By the 6th and 7th century, events connected with this ubiquitous Buddhist narrative are localized at a network of shrines described in the accounts of Songyun and Xuanzang. However, scholars have associated the Chinese toponyms and topographical features with different areas of the Peshawar Basin. While it's not possible to ascertain these locations on the basis of the Chinese transcriptions of Indic toponyms, the topography of the Peshawar Basin, with ridges and hills, allows many possible affordances for linking features of the terrain with narrative episodes during the exile of Prince Sudarshana with his family in a mountainous wilderness. A similar logic of locality for associating stories with the topographies of landscapes that provided affordances for visualizing the environmental setting may have guided emplacement of the story of the Shyama Jataka near mountain passes between the Peshawar Basin and the Swat Valley. The story of the son of a blind ascetic the story of the son of blind ascetic parents who was mortally wounded or killed by a king while hunting, but who is revived by Indra, is one of the longest Pali Jatakas in the Mahanipata. There's no Gandhari or Avadana or Purva-yoga of this story in extant sources, but according to Dietrich Stringloff, a version preserved in the Tibetan Mulasavastivada Vinaya translation is the most direct correlation for most of the images of the story in Indian Buddhist art. Depictions of the Shyama narrative are relatively well represented in Gandharan sculptures, with sequences from Jamal Gadi in the British Museum, the Dharmarajika Stupa at Taxila, and excavations at Aziz Dairy. Most of these panels would have belonged to the staircases leading up to the production of Pata of the first circumambulating stupa of first circulating Gandharan stupas. In attempting to reconstruct the itinerary of Xuanzang, whose report on the location of a shrine for Shyama immediately precedes an account of places associated with the Vishvantara or Sudarshana narrative, Fouché tentatively suggested a stupa erected to mark the forest hermitage of Shyama and his parents may be identified with remains at Hathiyārohāni. This site is located on a route leading from ancient Pushkalavati, the capital of ancient Gandhara, located near modern Charsada, to the Spankara Pass, which provided an alternative access to the Swat Valley west of the Malakand Pass, used for one of the modern episodes. Although emplacement of the Shyama legend is only noted in Xuanzang's account, it was evidently popular and important with its own sacred geography by the 7th century CE. While not as widely attested as the Vishvantara and the Shyama narratives in Gandharian visual culture, the story of Ekashringa or Rishyashringa, that's to say the one-horned or unicorn boy or the deer-horned boy, it was the son of a female antelope or doe, which consumed the semen of an ascetic living in a forest hermitage in the mountains. That's the scene that's depicted in the relief from Koitangi in the Indian Museum in Kolkata. It was also in place in a Gandharan ascetic topography. In this story, which is also transmitted in the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, the son of the ascetic is seduced away from his mountain forest by a female figure, either the daughter of a king, a princess, or a courtesan, a Ganaka. The origins, twists, turns, and migrations of the Indian legend in Sanskrit, Pali, Chinese, Tibetan, and Tocharian versions, and even versions have been transmitted into the Western world too, have been the subject of extensive literary studies. Interesting Gandharan images, like the one in the Indian Museum, as well as those in Japanese private collections, and in a bronze seal published by Harry Falk, indicate motifs aligning with various literary versions have been transmitted. The motif of the boy with one horn suckling from his antelope or doe mother, which appears in these Gandharan images, like the bronze seal, draw upon versions in the Mahavastu, while other literary sources elaborate more upon the seduction of the young ascetic by either a courtesan or a princess. Where this story was believed to have taken place was commemorated with an Ashokan stupa, according to Shwenzan. Of course, this is a trope in Shwenzan's account. And we don't have necessarily archaeological evidence of a stupa dating back to Marian times to kind of confirm the location. But based on Shwenzan's approximate estimate of a distance of more than 100 li to the northwest of the place where episodes in the exile of Vishvantara were commemorated, Ghosh and others have tacitly suggested that archaeological remains near Palai, below the Shakot Pass, that's what's depicted here in the screenshot from Google Earth, near the tunnel of the Swat Expressway, may be identified with this site. Regardless of precisely where the stupas may have been geographically located, a pattern of localization in which previous birth narratives involving an ascetic son of blind parents, that's to say Shyama, in a forest hermitage, and the single-horned son born from a doe and raised by a sage, a rishi, were associated with mountainous landscapes. The proximity of these shrines to stupas and monasteries sited along what Ghosh termed a band of concentric lines of ruins around the northern rim of the Peshawar Basin was likely to have been an important factor in the consolidation of regional networks for trade and pilgrimage. The Vyagri Jataka, in which a bodhisattva sacrifices himself to feed a hungry tigress and her cubs, is associated with the multiple locations near Taxila and the Swat Valley in the accounts of East Asian visitors. While some literary versions, such as the Suvarna Prabhasantama Sutra, identify the bodhisattva as Prince Mahasattva, the bodhisattva is a Brahmin youth named Brahmaprabha who practiced asceticism in other widely transmitted versions, such as the Divya Avadana, where it's embedded in the Rupavati Avadana. A shrine for the bodhisattva's bodily offering to a starving tigress and her cubs is located near Taxila in the accounts of Fashian and Shwenzan. However, Song Yun reports that he and his companion traveled 8 days southeast of the capital Swat to the summit of a mountain. While Fashian's description of a large stupa to mark the place of the body's sacrifice 2 days east of Taxila suggests an identification with the large monument of the Madhyavala Stupa, which can still be seen from the old GT Road, the Grand Trunk Road. This location does not correspond very well to the topographical references to a rocky pass in Shwenzan's account or to the mountain summit visited by Song Yun. The mountain setting and different methods of the Bodhisattva's sacrifice, either by throwing himself down from a rock outcropping so that the tigress and her cubs could eat his body, or by slashing his own throat with a sharp sliver of bamboo so that they could drink his blood, are directly pertinent to the visual narratives. In fragments of Gandharan images, which you can see here on the screen from the Kabul Museum and also in Chandika, and also in this close-up shot of a rock drawing on the upper Indus River at Chalas Bridge, published in the 6th volume of the German Catalogue for Materials of the Archaeology of Northern Pakistan, you can see that the visual motif of the Bodhisattva falling from a promontory to feed the tigress and her cubs is featured, indicating that vertical topographical affordances was a criterion for localization of the narrative in specific settings. So zooming out to the rock with the diptych at Chalas Bridge, the Vyakri Jataka is drawn to the right, as you're viewing on the screen, of a large stupa. And the next to the stupa, on the other side of the stupa from the Vyakri Jataka depiction, is a picture of the donor's, is a portrait of the donor's teacher, and then kneeling to the stupa below the Vyakri Jataka is the donor, who is named in a Brahmi inscription as Kubera Vahana. He was responsible for other narrative images at Chalas and Tulpan as well. So I'll refer back to Professor Aloka Parashir-Sen's presentation, because I agree with the point that there's no classical in the local, but this is evidence, direct evidence of local patronage, which was thriving. Because these are not images that were commissioned by a visitor. Now, my last story that I'll talk about is the Viryavala, our Rishi Panchaka story of an ascetic who teaches 4 or 5 animals, which could be previous births of the 4 Mahashravikas, or the first 5 ordained bhikshus. The story, and basically the lesson of the story, is that the worst suffering is to be barred with the body. And it's recently been identified in Gandharan seals by Amol Bunker in an article just published in the reference given to you here. As Bunker has demonstrated, this narrative is depicted in Gandharan seals and in Gandharan seals, and in a group of petroglyphs on the upper Indus River at the side of Tulpan, which is just across from Chalas. So I've given you a line drawing and a color image from Rock 30, as well as seals published by Harry Falk and Amanur Rahman. Okay. So what's interesting about the rock inscription, I'll just point out, is that one of the animals is depicted as an ibex with the horns curved backwards, which would be an interesting example of a domestication of the animals in the story to the local environment, where the ibex and the markhor have elevated positions in the vertical cosmological hierarchy. Okay, now, this representation, it's been representations of the story in in a pillar from Mathura, and also in a cave mural painting at Kizil, outside of Kucha in Eastern Central Asia, in Xinjiang, in modern China, are relatively close to textual sources, although we can't really discern what the Rishi was saying to the animals. And that's my only joke of this presentation. So I think my last point is that I think that the same story can also be identified in one of the Gandharan images that was included in our survey. On one side of the image is the story of the Vanara, or monkey Jataka, also known as the Nalapana Jataka, because the monkeys drink water from a well in the Gandharan image, or from a pond inhabited by a Rakshasa, using reeds as straws, but on the other side of the image is this a picture of a rishi, or a sage, an ascetic, in conversation with a group of 4 or 5 animals, although the animals can't be identified. I'm fairly certain about the identification. Okay, so I'll skip talking about the textual sources for this story, which are preserved in Chinese, Tibetan, as well as in Sanskrit in a compilation called the Avadhanasara Samujaya, to conclude, because I've been asked to hurry my presentation. I hope that my contribution succeeded in demonstrating the importance of placement of Buddhist rebirth stories in the environment of the greater Gandhara foliages in the northwestern borderlands. Locativization was not the only factor that determined which narratives were selected and appropriated in visual and literary cultures of Gandhara. East Asian visitors to Gandhara refer to 4 great stupas that commemorate bodily offerings by bodhisattvas of their head, by Chandraprabha of their eyes, by Kunala, the son of Ashoka, in the Ashokavadana, or by King Shivi, or the flesh, also by King Shivi, and blood in the Vyagrijaka that I've already discussed. However, not all previous birth stories depicted in Gandharian art, are linked with Gandhara, Swat, or Taxila in the East Asian visitors' accounts. And many other stories that these pilgrims link with shrines they visited have no counterpart in the extant Gandharian visual or literary cultures. At the end of this presentation, I'm left with 2 questions. Why ascetics and why Gandhara? Perhaps ascetics in the wilderness fulfilled a visual ideational category, again borrowing terminology from Seema Bawa, with a kind of countercultural appeal during a time of increasing urbanization in Gandhara and Swat. This appeal may have resonated with the Bodhisattva ideal as a sort of karmic precondition for undertaking the path to Buddhahood, but I'd like to invite further discussion of this question. To answer the question of why these stories were associated with Gandharian topographical affordances of mountains and the wilderness, we may follow the lead of Max Day, who in an article on Buddha in the Wild West that recently came out in the journal Religions of South Asia, juxtaposes the placement of some of these narratives in the Northwest to their inclusion in the Sanskrit epics in the Ramayana and Mahabharata, which may have prompted Gandharian Buddhists to attempt to reclaim their narratives by domesticating them in their own holy land. Thank you very much. I hope the audience heard me clearly enough to follow the presentation.
We heard you.
Yes, sir, we heard you.
We will be taking questions for Jason sir right now. Is there any question for Jason sir? So should we move on if there is no question right now?
Thank you, sir. Now the speaker is Professor Jaya Tyagi, and ma'am will be speaking on the theme Hathiyārohāni, the elephant trainers and handlers, communities involved in Pachyderm management and their roles in cross-cultural interaction from 4th century BCE to 1st century CE. Before that, I would like to introduce ma'am. Professor Tyagi is currently a professor in the Department of History, University of Delhi. She completed her PhD from the department itself and has been teaching history in the department for past 33 years. Apart from being the professor, she is presently the director of Women's Study and Development Center for Advanced Study in the university itself. She's also been a fellow at the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla, from 2010 to 2012. She's also been done a course in historical linguistics from Harvard University. She has published a lot of works. Some of them are Contestation and Compliance, Retrieving Women's Agency from Puranic Traditions, which was published in 2014. And other works are Engendering the Early Indian Household, Brahmanical Perspective in the Graha Sutra, which was published in 2008. Ma'am, I request you to present your paper.
This paper originated while attempting to trace the social categories mentioned in Ashoka's edict. And interestingly, the intriguing reference to elephant trainers in the minor edict too needed to be explored further, according to me. Further research led to interesting facts that in the Hellenistic period, the word for Indian actually translated as a mahout, and that Seleucid rulers not only had the elephant emblazoned on their banner, but had taken the title of the elephant king, indicating the cultural and diplomatic linkages between the subcontinent and these areas. Now, the elaborate discussion on Pachyderm management in the Arthashastra also represents how the elephant, both physically and symbolically, points towards intense political, diplomatic, and economic interactions between diverse communities and regions. And these were maintained through polycentric networks of nodes and corridors, crisscrossing between South Asia, within South Asia, and regions beyond it, including Bactria and the Seleucid Empire in this period. Now, there has been a lot of work on the elephants, so I'm not going into the details of that. Thomas Trotman's critical study on elephants and kings and environmental history has undertaken this fairly elaborate discussion. The question is, what about the elephant handlers? The presence of elephants in arts, coins, and texts shows the respect the elephant commanded. But this was one animal which could not be maintained without an elaborate retinue. And every time we see the elephant motif, we need to pay attention to this. That elephants have to be captured, bred, cared for, all requiring highly specialized skills and knowledge traditions that have passed down through generations. Elephant handlers would have been the persons who accompanied and controlled the elephants in their journeys across regions, carrying ideas and traditions to and fro, along with monks, merchants, and and the military. This paper attempts to bring to the fore the people who were actually involved in managing the elephants, the communities of mahouts, elephant handlers, and pachyderm caregivers, who must have played a significant role in early society. Now, the dependence of the state on the skills of communities of forest tribes living in areas where elephants lived, skilled in pachyderm behavior, would have compelled engagement and encounters with these communities. And these interactions with forest communities like elephant catchers, elephant keepers, border tribes mentioned in Ashoka's edicts could be acrimonious and fraught with tensions, showing that these communities played a critical role as conduits between the forest and the settled regions, in fact, between South Asia and beyond. Now, this also allows us an entry point into rethinking what was the nature of early states. And this discussion actually makes us look into the nature of early states. And Yoffe has suggested that instead of looking at states as top-down expressions of power and status, one should look at how power emanates from different sections of the society and what the political center does to bind all these powerful groups together. And particular social categories, by the very nature of their knowledge, traditions that they had wielded, must have negotiated better conditions for themselves, or had some degree of autonomy. So if we look at the anxieties of the Ashokan, I say Piyadasi's edicts, and texts to retrieve the agency of groups and sections of societies that may have been wielding some pressure or negotiating for better conditions through their command of knowledge, traditions, and expertise, or even resisting monopolistic control of imperial states in their own way. Also, when we discuss ancient history, I would like to say that we should, in the context of early South Asia, be very tentative about the information that can be retrieved from the sources. Yoffe, again, I'm quoting Yoffe because he says that one should be careful about approaching history as totalities. And there's a similar tendency when it comes to South Asia. We say the Nandas did that, the Mauryans did that, without much evidence to back up such statements. Or if there is any evidence, it's from centuries later. That is why a deeper reading of the sources and the chronological spatial context for them, however uncomfortable it may be or difficult to arrive at, is required. Also, a deeper understanding of regional variations within the subcontinent and beyond the subcontinent have to be explored. So, when we talk about the 4th century BC to 1st century CE, I also wish to sort of suggest that while the period is often identified as the period of the Mauryan Empire followed by the post-Mauryan period, such state-centric dynastic nomenclature obliterates the fact that there is much more happening in South Asia at this time. So in discussing ancient history, it's time we eschew Mauryan-centric or dynastic-centric nomenclature. Ashok himself never calls himself a Maurya. He doesn't refer to his father or grandfather. The Greek and Roman sources do not use the term Maurya. In epigraphical traditions, there is no reference to the term Maurya before the Junagadh rock inscription of Rudradaman. And that's only in 150 CE, so it's already about 400 years after. And if I have to go, yeah, the previous one. So it's only in later traditions that the term emerges. You can't go to the previous one.
Yeah.
Buddhist traditions say they belong to the Maurya clan, and the Purans refer to the Mauryan lineage. So it's sometime between Ashok and Rudradaman that the identity of the king Devanam Piyadasi Ashok becomes associated with the Mauryan dynasty. So probably it's the Buddhist historiographical traditions that were responsible for this reinvention of Ashok Maurya, as they were very deliberately creating histories of a ruler who was influenced by their ideology. This is well known in many accounts. Lots of scholars have worked on this. And so it's not surprisingly that his life and experiences are discussed in hagiographic style, and there are suggestions that this may have been done in the Kushan period. So when we are looking at names, also if we were to be faithful to the edicts as sources, we should be calling Ashok Devanam Piyadasi or just Piyadasi. In all his edicts, minor, major, pillar edicts, the king calls himself Piyadasi, and it's only in two of them, Maski and Gujarat, and also the copies in Nittur and Udigaron, where the name Ashok surfaces. So, and these two minor edicts have a very different tenor from the other edicts also. So, to raise that question of how infallible are the edicts, we have to also keep this question in mind, that it's probably the impact of the Buddhist histories and the projection of his memories such that he came to be identified as Ashoka Maurya. As historians, we need to understand that there is a historicity to that, And the interpretation of Ashok as Chandashok or Dhammashok was a later construct. Now, also, when we are discussing the, the whole elephant trainers, etc., we have to talk about the regional distinctiveness of South Asia, and it's something which is in continuation with the papers that have been presented in the morning and right now. Cultural interactions with the Persian and Greeks, who regarded this whole region east of the Hindu Kush as distinct, calling it Indos and the people Indoi, meant growing realization of their own identity, and this interconnectedness between different regions as a spatial entity, of South Asia as a spatial entity, which came to be known as Jambudvipa in Buddhist traditions, can be seen. It's mentioned in the Devanampiya Dasi's edicts. And also there are lots of evidences, because I shortened this presentation, I'm not talking about them, that the cultural interaction was two-way. Generally we talk about west to east, but there's a lot happening from east to west. We just talked about the Balaram cult, the iconography of Buddha. You also find the punchmark coins of Mir Zakha 1 and 2, and also obviously the ubiquitous elephant motif and the Mahout. I'm not dealing with the pre-Alexander sources, but by Megasthenes' time, there is a growing consciousness of India. Megasthenes, Paul Kosmin has shown how Megasthenes as a source is different from the earlier Greek writers. He gives India a chronological depth, which was denied earlier in the Edge of Earth ethnographies. Megasthenes' treatment of India was path-breaking, because India is now seen as an organized space, a territorialized kingdom. And I'm just skipping some of the slides, but Megasthenes sees India as a legitimate parallel and equivalent state, and he talks about the treaty between Sandrocotus and Seleucus, where 500 war elephants are given. And Megasthenes says one war elephant required 4 attendants. So if you're actually seeing 500 elephants are being sent, then that would mean 2,000 elephant handlers along with them. And now the gift of the elephants, even if the actual numbers are wildly exaggerated, meant movement of men and animals. Seleucus I Nicator called himself the elephant commander to show his command over Pachyderm resources, and his dynastic blazon was also the Indian elephant. That sort of suggests to us that there is some intense Pachyderm diplomacy taking place. If the Seleucids are choosing to project the elephant so eloquently, it tells us about their dependence on elephant in their armies, or at least the power and the domination, how it symbolizes that. And how are they getting the supply of the elephants is a question. They would be having treaties with South Asian states who would themselves be needing elephants, so they would be having encounters or trying to manage the forest tribes, etc., to ensure a supply of elephants. And we see that the treaty between, the so-called treaty between Seleucus and Sandrocotus is followed by sustained diplomacy. You have Niryamakas, then others also were sent to the successor's court. So this is something that Cartoonan suggests, that the Mahouts were like a class of privileged gastarbeiters, persons with temporary permission to work in another country or in another, abroad. It's a German term. And so for very long, the Indian handlers were so important that it was understood that elephants understood only the Indian language. And it's only by the time of Ptolemy that they understood that, oh, they can understand, they can be trained to understand Greek languages too. So that is the significance of the handlers. And it's in this backdrop that we need to. There's no changing. Yeah. Reread Devanam Pedasi's edicts, and this gives us this backdrop gives us new insights into Ashoka's minor rock edict 1 and 2, found in Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh, which specifically mentions elephant trainers, and the Dholi edict in Kalinga, which is actually placed along with the carving of an elephant emerging from the rocks. Ashok's warning to forest tribes and border communities on one hand, and encouragement to elephant keepers on the other to continue with their skill is revealing. It shows anxiety related to these communities, an anxiety which makes him vacillate between enforcing discipline on them and motivating them. Now, one thing about the minor edicts is their regional specificity. So while the tendency is to treat all the edicts as part of a corpus, it's increasingly being realized that minor edict 1 and 2, and also the separate edicts which are in Kalinga and Sannati, were specially tailored for the particular regions that they were put up in. And the fact that minor edict 2 is mainly in clusters in Karnataka and one in Andhra shows that the warning related to elephant trainers was required in these areas in particular. Now, if you see the Brahmagiri edict, for example, the first words are from Swarnagiri at the word of the prince Aryaputra and the Mahamatras. The Mahamatras of Isla must be wished good health and be told this. And I'm not going into the details of the minor edict 1. But let's come to the minor edict 2. And again here in the minor edict 2, it's a personal directive of the king to the officials, and in which he is personally addressing the officers by using the word tope, that you. And then a clear administrative hierarchy is evident from the edict. The king, the Aryaputra, the Mahamatras, the Pulisa, the Rajuka, the Rathika, the regional chiefs, and the people. And interestingly, the word Mahamatra itself is said to be derived from, from elephant handler, Mahal. And it's in later traditions also you find that same reference. Now, this singling out of particular categories is interesting because it seems to be addressed to forest communities. They're talking about the Hathiyārohāni, literally translated, one who mounts the elephant trainers. The Yugya-Charyani, now this has been translated in different ways. People say it's the horse trainers, or it could be the elephant trainers, one who moves an animal after yoking. The Karnakani, Halsh's translation says clerks, others say human torturers or executioners. Now, why should you have, and then the Brahmanas? So, basically what we see is this heavy hand of administration being laid out in the edict. Starting from the king to the Aryaputra, then the Mahamatras, then the Rajuka, then the Rathika, and then you have these forest communities. What does this mean? Is it a veiled warning to the administration as well as the people, to the forest chiefs and the people, that they, the forest chiefs, that they should behave, and the administration that they should control them? And if you see, there are possibly multiple interpretations of the minor edict too. One is the contentious relationship of the king with the communities. Why should you lay out this entire bureaucracy and say that you have to be, talking about the king's directive with drums everywhere? The other thing is that probably it's indicating non-compliance against imperial demands of the state, otherwise there would not have been need to single them out. A possible reading of the inscription is also that the king is warning against persons who are not carrying out their traditional customs and abandoning them, like elephant training. Was it because of resistance against the monopoly of the state or under influence of non-violent teachings? So one doesn't know. Elephant training could be one such activity which may have been seen as violent, or it could be that the elephant was very important from the militaristic and diplomatic point of view. We've just explained the peace treaties, and Ashok mentions all these rulers, the Seleucid and the Bactrian rulers, so we know he was in touch with them. So is the king ensuring that his supply chains of elephants are there all the time? These are all questions. And that leads us to another question. The conquest of Kalinga. And, we all know that he conquered Kalinga because he says it himself in the edicts which are not in Kalinga. So all the major rock edicts talk about the major rock edict 13, talk about his conquest of Kalinga, except the edicts in Kalinga and Sannati, which are the separate edicts. The procurement, management and maintenance of pachyderms would have been an integral aspect of all these three rulers' administrative and military tasks. And if we see Kautilya, and the last part of my paper is Kautilya, so maybe we won't have time for that. But Kautilya shows that the best region for getting elephants is Kalinga. Uttam Desh for elephants. So, the fact that he's saying that the best region is Kalinga and you have this very violent conquest of Kalinga, Mahabharata also mentions how the eastern regions have persons killed in elephant warfare. So the association of Kalinga, and that brings us to the separate rock edicts in Kalinga and Sannati, the separate rock edicts, which are again very interesting because they do not, why is it that it's in Kalinga and Sannati that you have these separate rock edicts? Kalinga is easy to explain because they don't want to talk about the violent killing of 1 lakh people and the displacement of 1,50,000 people. They don't want to hurt the sentiments, or he doesn't want to show remorse for this kind of an activity. But why in Sannati? And that's a question that's like, a kind of a mystery. And perhaps, I don't know, this is again something which is sort of a wild card and needs to be substantiated, is that the 100,000 and who were killed, but 150,000 who were displaced, where did they go? Were they settled in Sannati, and that is why you don't have the separate rock edict 13 in Sannati? Now this is again in the realms of speculation, and we can just talk about this as speculative. What we do know is that they are the border regions, and Ashok has a particularly contentious relationship with the border tribes. And he keeps mentioning them even in the major rock edicts, and that helps us understand how territoriality at this time is not a given. It is in flux. All the scholars have recent scholars have talked about it. You cannot talk about an empire in the sense that we talk about the empire, and in that, So, I'll just I've been told that I should conclude, and I'll just tell you that in Arthashastra there are these copious references to Arthashastra. I'm not treating Arthashastra as a text which is from this so-called Mauryan period. All the dates show that it was after Ashok. So, when you say Mauryan administration and study Arthashastra, it's not quite correct. It's cotillion administration, all right, which derives from the earlier experience, which again, as I said, is not really, we don't know what was Mauryan at that time, but for sake of convenience, we call it Mauryan. So, Arthashastra can be better understood as a source which is deriving from Piyadasi's experience. That's one point. And as I said, he says Kalinga is the region where you get the best quality elephants, and then there's these special endowments for elephants, and the fact that how the state should appropriate the elephant trainers and the forest regions, the Atavya, is very clearly mentioned in Arthashastra. So by that time, there's that need to have a monopolistic control is implied, but obviously this is a prescriptive text. We don't really know if any of this was happening. There's an elaborate machinery which is laid out for pachyderm management and a retinue of elephants and the references to the utility of the elephants. But what I suggest is that the elephant's utility could only be tapped due to the expertise of the skilled elephant trainers, and that it was that would lead to multiple opportunities for the state and these forest tribes to engage and interact with each other. The true nature of the interaction will never really be known, but we can say that there is some degree of agency which these forest tribes must have exercised. Otherwise, the Piyadasi would not have been so anxious about them. That's it.
The next speaker of today's session is Professor Suchandra Ghosh. Ma'am will be presenting on the title The Naukis, the Navikas and the Niryamakas, exploring the Riverine maritime community of early India. Professor Ghosh is a professor at Department of History, University of Hyderabad. She specializes in early Indian history with focus on epigraphy and numismatics. Before joining Hyderabad University, she was professor at Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture at the University of Calcutta from 2000 to 2020. She is also an area editor of the Epigraphy of Ancient Indian History, Asia and Africa. Her publications include like Exploring Connectivity, Southeastern Bengal and Beyond, Institute of Social and Cultural Studies, published in 2015. From Oxford to the Indus, a Politics and Cultural Study, from 300 BCE to 100 BCE, which was published in 2017. Ma'am, I request to present your photo.
Well, it's already evening, so a very good evening to you all, and kudos to your patience for being there from the early morning. It is indeed a privilege and pleasure. One second, how do I change the slides? Only the left? Okay. So before I begin my presentation, let me thank Professor Seema Bawa and all the colleagues in the Department of History for making me a part of this wonderful event, because it is indeed a pleasure and honor to be present here on the centenary day of the Department of History. And I'm really sad today because I miss my friend Professor Bhairavi Basar Sahu greatly. I will be taking you from the morning. You have been hearing about mountains, caves, forests. Now let us go to water. And I will be taking you to the territory of water and waterman. We are not talking of this now. I just think. So it is a commonplace. The title you have seen. It is a commonplace knowledge that the concept of community is not strictly defined and often loosely used by scholars. It could relate to types of population, settlement, or people having identity of interests or occupations, among many others. In this presentation, I'm looking at three sets of people who share a common base of operation, the water, or put differently, whose belongingness is to the river or the sea, which provides them their livelihood. They are in the boatmen, the mariners, and the navigators. Rivers being a dominant presence in the landscape of India, one cannot lose sight of their importance as pathways connecting one place to the other. Again, the two coastlines of the Indian subcontinent, dotted with numerous ports, both in the west and the east, have allowed mariners to forge linkages with regions to the west and the east, traversing the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal. For these voyages, knowledge of the routes is indispensable. Hence, along with the mariner, presence of navigator was crucial in those long-distance voyages. Navikas, Mahanavikas as boatmen or master mariners are largely present in the epigraphic records pertaining to the East Coast in particular. In case of the navigators known as Niryamakas, the sources are incongruent, stretching across time and place, yet they provide us with some understanding of their role in seafaring. Let me tell you, we have in the Jatakas the Thala Niryamakas, that is the land Niryamakas. But since I'm talking about water, I'm not bringing them in this presentation. A close reading of the epigraphic records of Assam shows that there were a group of people with name ending Nauki, obviously related to Nau, that is boat, who also were owners of land, but primarily survived from their engagement with water. The manner in which their profession is added to their name underscores the community bonding. A common attribute of the Navika, Niryamaka or the Nauki was their role in helping people to travel across waters. At a time when there were no maps, no nautical charts, navigators oriented themselves by relying on the direction of the winds and on the positions of the sun and stars. This was the knowledge and wisdom, a knowledge gained from lived experiences. This idea of going for long sea voyages in a ship with the aid of a star had its own romance, and this was epitomized by John Masefield in his poem Sea Fever, written in 1902, when he writes, and I quote him, all I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by. How to follow a star or how to master the movement of a wind is a knowledge amassed by long-term engagement with the sea, which is only possible for a mariner or a navigator. The Suparaka Jataka takes us to the seafaring merchants who were traveling to Suvarnabhumi. Suvarnabhumi is generally associated with mainland Southeast Asia, but let me tell you, there is a lot of debate about the ideal location of Suvarnabhumi. So countries like Thailand, Myanmar, of late Cambodia, they are fighting with each other that which is the real Suvarnabhumi. And you know, the king of Thailand was very clever, so he named the airport Suvarnabhumi Airport to legitimate his claim for Suvarnabhumi. So, but tentatively, we all know that it is the land Southeast Asia, which is known as Suvarnabhumi. Now, this Bharukacha or Barugaza of the Greeks, an important port on the Gujarat coast, played a decisive role during the heydays of the trade on with the Eastern Roman Empire. It also had linkages to the regions of Southeast Asia, as is evident from the Jataka narrative. In the Suparaka Jataka, number 463, it is said that Bodhisattva was born with a golden complexion and was known as Suparaka Kumar. He was the son of the chief of the mariners, Niryamaka Jetha, and he himself was a master in the craft of navigation, or as a mariner, Niryamaka Sipa. So craft, it is mentioned very clearly. I'll come to that later on, so I'm harping on this. When he was only 16 years old, but his father passed away, he became the Niryamaka Jetha, but he lost his eyesight because of the effect of sea breezes. A group of merchants were going for a voyage to Suvarnabhumi, a faraway land, but did not have a captain. They asked the Bodhisattva to be their skipper. Initially he refused, citing the reason of his eyesight, but the merchants would not give in, and finally he agreed to steer the ship. His knowledge of the sea helped him return safely with 700 merchants and merchandise to the home port of Bharukacha. Significantly, in this case, Niryamaka is used in the sense of a mariner and not a navigator. If one sifts through the sources, one finds that it is used both in the sense of a captain or somebody at the helm and the quarter and a pilot or a navigator. One cannot miss the use of the term Jetha added to Niryamaka, which implies that there was a guild-like organization, a shreni of the Niryamakas. We are aware that ships sailed from the port of Barugaza across the Red Sea to the port of Berenike and further to the markets of Alexandria. Journey to Berenike was perhaps more comfortable by halting at Socotra. And so I have brought in the Socotra island. There is the Hawk Cave, which you can see. And in the Hawk Cave, the inscriptions were found where we have reference to Niryamaka. So the location of the Socotra Islands, you can see it. And this importance of Dioscurides or Socotra and the maritime communication between Egypt and the west coast of India is underscored by Periplus Mari Erythrae. But now with the publication of the corpus of Indian inscriptions till 5th century CE, found at Socotra by Ingo Strauss, its importance is further demonstrated. Left? Sorry. How do I go back?
Sure.
I think this way. So it is said that Ingo and his colleagues have actually demonstrated the number of more than 200 Indic inscriptions were found, apart from inscriptions from other areas, but I am not going into deeply. So, but what is important is that Bharukacha, from the port of Barugaza, there was a Niryamaka whose name was Vishnudhara. Presence of people from the port town of Bharukacha and also a Niryamaka highlights the involvement of Bharukacha in the early maritime network. The port of Bharukacha or Bhrigukacha resurfaces as a point of departure for a long distance trade in a very later text, the Maharaja Parajaya, a drama written in Prakrit by Yashopala during the time of Kumarapala of the Cholukya dynasty. From 1144 to 1174. The context of the drama is the embracing of Jainism by King Kumarapala. We are told that Kubera, a wealthy merchant referred to as a Nagara Sreshti, chief merchant of the town of Anahilapura, visited Bhrigukacha for trade in the company of 55 merchants with 500 ships. Maharaja Parajaya tells us that the kings used to appoint Niryamakas to salvage the ships wrecked off the coast of Bharuch. This tally well with the description in Periplus, according to which the passage to Barugaza was difficult as there were rocks and shoals, and actually the king of Barugaza, Nahapana, used to have fishermen to get the ships and the people who were navigators to get the ship to the port. So the native fishermen in the king's service would be stationed at the very entrance to pilot vessels to broach. So the practice described in the Periplus still continued in the 12th century. In the vivid layout of Anahilapura in the Kumarapala Charita, we find that it talks about, among many other professional groups like goldsmiths, silversmiths, there are distinct areas for navigators or Niryamakas. This description of Anahilapura demonstrating a separate area for navigators mean that they formed an important occupational group, and merchants from Anahilapura were regularly participating in sea or coastal trades. Thus, in a different paper, I have shown that how the town of the urban center of Anahilapura was linked with the coast of the Konkan coast. So here what we find is that Kubera Sreshti had his, conclude? Okay, how much minutes? I have finished 20 minutes. Huh? Okay, but I read at home, it was, I don't know. Anyway, I'll just skip these things. Just to mention that in the Lekha Paddhati also, we have reference to Niryamakas. So I'm going away from all this. Now let me come to the Navikas. Integrally related to the Niryamakas were the community of the Navikas or the Mahanavikas. A sailor is commonly known as a Navika, and we have this prefix Maha. Recent seal discovered from, first let me tell you that we have the expression Mahanavika only in the eastern coast, the inscriptions of eastern seaboard, not in the western coast. In the western coast we have Navikas, Nakudas, but not Mahanavikas. Until date we have the we have the first Navika that we encounter, that is Mahanavika, is in the inscription from Ghantashala near Masulipatnam. A recent seal discovered at Mount Wainok. Oh God. Can you handle this please? Yeah, this is the seal. I have to make a certain point. So can I get 10 minutes more?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. This seal reads Brihashpati Sharmasa Navikasa, the meaning of the sailor Brihashpati Sharma. Now, it actually starts from this way and then it goes you can see the, anyway I'm not going into that. But what is important here that his name is Sharma. Sharma is a Brahmana, so therefore a Navika as a Brahmana is something which is not actually accepted in our Jati Varna society. So this is something to be taken care of or taken note of. The another Mahanavika that we find is from Rattamritika Mahavihara. His name is Buddha Gupta, but his inscription has been found from his inscription has been found from Malay Peninsula, and this Mahanavika Buddha is said to be, the date is in the 5th century CE. Now there is an inscription called the Ahadharakaram copper plates of 9th century of the eastern Chalukyas, where we have the presence of the seafaring community like that of the Mahanavikas in the Andhra Tamil Nadu coast. So I'm not going into the details of the inscription, just to mention that in one inscription from Ahadhanakaram, which was during the reign of the Chalukyan rulers, we have the reference to 5 Mahanavikas and 7 Mahasartavahas, that is the great caravan leaders. And this inscription is a very important evidence to show that how the Mahanavikas and the Mahasartavas were working together, and so there is a kind of a symbiotic relation between a land trader and a maritime trader, and so the hinterland-foreland connection can also be reconstructed from this inscription. We have names which are Tamil names, which are names from the Andhra coast. So this shows that the Mahasart, and then one example in this inscription we find that the Mahasartava's son elevated himself to the position of a Mahanavika and subsequently employed another Mahasartavaha as his agent. So there was scope of social mobility, and so it is important to understand the role of seafaring or riverine merchant communities in the larger Bay of Bengal network. Now from there, I'm moving into, these are the boards. Yeah, I'm moving into Assam, where we have reference to the Naukis. Now, information about water bodies abounds in the epigraphic records of Assam, and there we find that we have reference to different boundary descriptions. We all know P.D. Chattopadhyay drew our attention to the fact that when we look at a land grant charter, the boundaries are also very important. And in the boundary of this particular inscription, we have reference to 3 Naukis, people who have name ending is Nauki, the Chante Nauki, the Sadhava Nauki, and then we have the Dakshapata Nauki. So the name ending Nauki actually shows that the relation to the now and definitely comes from Nauka, and here it becomes an interesting surname referring to boatmen. So these boatmen were owners of land, and they seem to be a strong community in the rural landscape of Kamarupa. Linked with the Naukis were the Kaivattas, and I'm now coming to the last portion of my presentation, where I shall bring in the question of Varna. Now, Naukis, Navikas, and Niryamakas had some kind of social status in their respective milieu. But when we shift our gaze to the normative text, where do we find them placed? Sailors were members of the lower stratum of the Varna Jati hierarchical society. One of the scenes of the Brahmanas was undertaking a sea voyage. The laws of Manu declared a Brahmana who had gone to sea to be unworthy of participating in a Shraddha. On the other hand, the seal of the Brihaspati Sharma is a unique example where a Brahmana was practicing the profession of a sailor and participating in commerce, a profession normally not sanctioned by the Shastric injunctions. The fishermen are placed in a category of no vevahara jivin or no vahalena jivati. He subsists by working as a boatman, and then it is mentioned Nishado Margavam Stute Dasha Dasam no karma jivina. Now, important is the word dasha. Here, dasha, just look, dasha is a palatal S, not a dental S. By dental S, when dasha is written with a dental S, we mean slave. But when it is in a palatal S, then we know that dasha is a kind of a profession. And Ranveer Chakraborty, I'm thankful to him, he drew my attention when I told him this, drew my attention to Mahabharata story, where we find that here also the spelling is dasha with the palatal S and not with the dental S. So therefore, we can say that, so this, the Satyavati legend in the Mahabharata also suggests that she was the daughter of a dasha. So dasha could be the precursor of a boatman. So an early term for a Navika could be boatman. And finally, I end with this notion of artisanal epistemology in the context of knowledge created and knowledge accumulated through long-term experience. So when we have Ibn Majid as an artist, as a classic case of artisanal epistemologist, we can say that in the Suparaka Jataka, I mentioned that Niryamaka is regarded as a seeper. So the craft, and hence the expression Niyamaka Sipa. So it can thus be said that the lineage of artisanal epistemology could be traced back to the Jatakas. The knowledge of a Niyamaka in studying the stars and mastering the direction of the wind made long-distance faring possible. Presence of the community of Mahanavikas in the East Coast evoked vibrant maritime connections. Moreover, an attempt was made here to indicate that the actual status of some of these Navikas and no Vyavahara Jivins were different from the relatively low ritual position laid down in the Varna Jati norms. So this kind of abstract social status vis-a-vis the actual status is a question that we as a practitioners of history should ponder upon. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very interesting session. The last speaker of today's session is Professor Vipul Singh, and he will be speaking on the topic tropical cyclones, weather forecasting, and coastal communities of Eastern India. Professor Singh is also a professor at the Department of History, University of Delhi. He is an alumnus of Crescent Fellow at the Rachel Crescent Center for Environmental and Society, Munich, Germany. His most recent publication includes Speaking Rivers, Environmental History of the Mid-Ganga Flood Country, which was published in 2018. Research papers titled like Cyclone, Shipwreck and Environmental Anxiety, British Rule and Ecological Changes in the Andaman Islands from 1780s to 1900. Other works include Global Environment, which was published in 2020. Currently, he is working on a book project which is titled which is Effect of Climatic Anomalies and Oceanic Circulation in Early Modern India. He is also an editorial board of Water History Journal published by Frenger and a member of the Association for East Asian Environmental History. I request her to come.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, our student department, and the gathering here. I can see many of my colleagues, many of my students here. Now, obviously, it is a great moment, an auspicious moment for all of us, because we are celebrating 100 years
of Department of History and also of the university. So, and of course, I would begin with one of the paintings because we are overwhelmed by so many art historians here. And I, not being, art historian, but I still tried to use a painting of, 19th century to begin my story. So you can see the two photographs here. One is from 1864 and the other is from 1876. Now these are two similar photographs of the coastal Calcutta. But the difference that you can see in these two photographs is that the first one is actually about the massive destruction that the storms have created on the coast of Calcutta. And the other one has ships where the masts have been removed. Now, when I was doing my own research on early modern period, and as she mentioned about the the anomalies that I'm actually working on, the anomalies of the 17th century. Now, I came across one of the references of cyclones in Ainetbury. And then Ainetbury mentions that, there was a massive cyclone was used at that time. So there is a reference that there has been a massive storm which came in the year 1574. And then after that storm, there was massive, population which was affected, although it doesn't talk about the deaths. Now, there is a very interesting mention by Abul Fazl that, there is a local ruler who actually, when he heard about the cyclone coming, he then climbed up to a higher platform. And he went up to a temple which was located on high elevation. And that's how he saved himself. Now, I wanted to actually link these three aspects when I was weaving this story of cyclone and weather. So that's the beginning of what I actually wanted to tell you. Now, weather observation, many of us know that weather observation has been, it's now very common. We have many models which are developed related to weather, and what you see on your, on your mobiles every day, that what's going to be the temperature, it's actually based on the models, right? So here, these weather observations actually started in 18th century, and then, I'm talking about the modern weather observations, and then in the 19th century, these weather observations then became meteorological observations. Now, there is a history to this transition from weather observation, normal weather observation to meteorological observation, because in 1875 you have the Indian Meteorological Department being created in India. Now, most of the early indigenous climate-related observations were, they were addressed to the prediction of monsoon, and many of us know, and one of the very beautifully written recent book, Climate of Conquest, actually talks about, how monsoons were being studied, because the monsoons actually told the rulers when to invade the territories. Now, monsoons were actually part of the study of the rulers even in early modern times. And historically speaking, the 17th century was an incredibly very productive century, I would say, because the Mughals, on one hand, they were fighting for the dominance of the mainland India. under Shah Jahan and Aurangzeb, the European commercial enterprises were lurking in the Indian Ocean. And they were taking advantage of the trade winds and then coming to the coast of India. So when we examine the 17th century, there is a striking fit between the predominant winds and the shape and the scope of the Dutch, French and the British colonization in South and Southeast Asia. And this is evident when we superimpose a map. How do I go to the second slide? Right. So, when when we superimpose these earlier trade wind maps on modern maps, we could see that all these locations are the areas which became the early colonies of these Europeans. They are basically based on the trade winds. Now, the first one is actually Edmund Halley's 17th century trade wind chart, which he prepared of the world. Now, at the turn of the 18th century, as the movement of the British ships in the Indian Ocean became very frequent, the study of sea wind and its behavior became popular subject of inquiry. It was impossible for the ships during those years to sail against the wind during the age, because that is actually known as the age of sail. And from November to April, the mariners traveled from India towards south, and they actually crossed Africa to reach Europe. They exploited the monsoon winds from May to October to maneuver their ships towards India. But one of the common threats for all these sailing ships was the occurrence of the tropical storms. Next slide. Yes. Now, the Bay of Bengal actually has been the most vulnerable zone because of the frequent occurrence of tropical cyclones. And in fact, it is one of the primary tropical cyclone basins with an annual average of 5 to 6 tropical storms. There are, of course, two cyclone seasons, one which actually comes just before the monsoon, and that is in April and May, and the other one is the months of October and November. Now, both these cyclone period, the cyclone months, are actually, very, these cyclone months are well known to the coastal communities of India. And they are prepared for all these cyclones. Cyclones would come, they know this, and they are already prepared for this. Now, the ones that we hear today are actually the massive ones, because it's actually about the distance that these storms cover in the sea, which increases the intensity of those storms, and which then touches the coastal area. So, the ones that we don't hear about are, because every year we have 5, 6 of them, but the ones that we don't hear about is actually the ones that are going directly toward the northwest. And that's why we don't hear about them. But the ones which come after, sometimes after decades, they are the most, ferocious ones, because they travel, they take a, kind of a recurving, we call it recurving. So it takes a recurve and then enters into Bengal. And that's the most destructive cyclone. It is this cyclone possibly, which Abul Fazl mentions in Ain Akbari, and when he's talking about the Bengal region. Now, the cyclone, this Abul Fazl's, the mention that Abul Fazl actually is making in Ain Akbari is, there is not much description about it. It just gives a passing reference when he's talking about, one of the rulers of Bengal. But then we have a very interesting account, a historical document from 18th century. From 1737, we have another very, destructive cyclone which has come. But then it has destroyed the ships, because the cyclone that we hereabout of 1737 is actually a record which has been kept by the Europeans, and it mentions that there were many Dutch ships which were destroyed by this 1737 cyclone. Now the next two cyclone that actually is part of my story is the dreadful ones of 1864 and the 1876, about the photographs of which I shown in the beginning. 1864 cyclone was dreadful, and there has been a massive reporting. You know, you have very detailed report which was published by the British government after 1864, and the reason was very simple. The reason was that it destroyed the property of Calcutta, it destroyed many of the buildings of Calcutta, it destroyed many of the vernacular literatures which were kept in the offices of Calcutta, and it destroyed many of the ships that were, you know, docked in Calcutta or which were traveling in the sea during that period. Now this cyclone of 1864 came without any warning, because they don't have any warning system, they don't have any models which could predict the cyclone during those years. Now this is, this description, this report, detailed report of 1864 actually then pushes me to, you know, investigate few of the questions. And I argue here in my, you know, paper which Seema promises to publish later on. You can read that in very well in the detail at that time. So I argue in that paper that the nature of the devastation caused by this 1864 cyclone was the prime reason behind, you know, the accelerated meteorological study that we witnessed in the later half of the 19th century. And it is only after the 1864 cyclone and the event of cyclone that the colonial scientists in Asia became eager to establish meteorological stations. Now this cyclone of 1864 actually forced the British observers to think in terms of weather forecasting, so that they were in a position to send the warning of an imminent storm. But did this early warning actually help the communities? Now that's the question that I wanted to investigate. And this is the main part of my, you know, story that I have. Now, obviously we don't have much time about it, but very briefly I'll just tell you what exactly my story actually includes. There are a few slides I'd like to show. The next one, please, slide 5. So just before that, yes. Now these are the two of the observation-based, monsoon maps prepared in the early 19th century. The one is from 1801 and the other one from 1855. These were the maps of the trade winds. It was about, you know, how monsoon can be used for, you know, sailing the ships towards Asia and other Indian Ocean regions. The next slide is about, American navigator. He prepared a very detailed, map of the world, and his name was Matthew Fontaine Maury. And this is 1860 map. In fact, this guy was hired by the British East India Company to prepare a map for them, so that his knowledge, his map could then help the British East India Company to sail the ships at a lesser cost. Now, what he identifies through this map is that there are months from May to September, which are actually the months when the ships can actually use the winds to sail, and then this will reduce the cost of sailing, taking the goods to different destinations. So this map, Maury's map, was used by them during that time after 1860 onwards. Then during that time there were many observation stations, meteorological observation stations, which established in Madras, Bombay, Calcutta, Shimla, and Trivandrum. And these observatories were also intended to understand the weather patterns in India. So the government at that time was more concerned about, unraveling the mystery of the storms in the Indian Ocean, where, most of the trading activities actually were taking place. Now, one of the important personalities of the time was Henry Paddington, who began recording the ocean storms in the Indian Ocean during those years. And then he was the one who coined the term cyclone. So the term cyclone was actually not used earlier. So he was the one, So he was the one who actually then wrote a book, a very famous book called Sailor's Handbook of Storms. And then in that book only he recommended that it is very essential that we should have information from various meteorological observations stations to do some kind of meteorological modeling. But then it could not these observation stations could not provide much information because they were not very trained people who were recording these things. Because one of the documents of the 1860s suggests that there were, at that time, just because they were not trained people, two army men from each of the stations were picked up to collect all the data and information about various rainfalls, temperatures, and things like that. And these were then to be provided. So basically, they were not trained people, and they did not understand the seriousness of these data collection at that time. And that's how it could not help the the meteorological modeling. And then immediately after the publication of, within few years after the publication of this Paddington's book, you have a cyclone coming in, 1864 one, which struck Calcutta, and then it affected in two ways. Number one, that it affected the urban population of Calcutta, and secondly, as I mentioned, that it wrecked many of the ships which were docked there, or there were many ships which were traveling. So we have a data, very interesting data from those years, which suggests that almost more than 1,000 ships which were destroyed. And mind you, ships during those days were quite a costly affairs. Constructing those ships, big ships during those years were quite expensive. So the destruction of the ships during those days was an important anxiety for the British, at that time. And that's how they, after this, they appointed, the next slide please, Henry Blenford. After 1864, he was appointed as the meteorological reporter to suggest what the wind currents vortex is. Vortex is from where the current originates. And it was then Blenford on the base, he collected information from different ships which were traveling during those days, just before, a day before 1864 cyclone came. So he collected all the data. All the ships during those days were, maintaining logbooks. And we now, while we write environmental histories, have been using those logbooks which are well preserved. I'm surprised that the historians have not been able to use those logbooks which are so very rich in the 17th and 18th century. So those logbooks and the information in those logbooks he used, and then on the basis of that he concluded that these tropical cyclones actually originated very much parallel to the Andaman Island. I have mentioned that elsewhere in one of the articles that I published in Global Environment, where I mentioned about the British anxiety, why Andaman Island was where the flag posts were established by the British. when they are faced with these challenges, I mean these new informations are coming in about the Andaman Island and the origin of the cyclones in those areas. Even after because Blenford's information was quite accurate, there was a cyclone which was coming in 1876, and just before the 1876 cyclone, on the basis of the information that he had gathered and the models that he had been able to create, Blenford was able to forecast that there is a cyclone coming in very soon in 1876. So all the bus, the photographs you remember I showed earlier, where the masts have been removed from the ships. Now this was because these early warnings then told you that you should remove the mast, because if there is a storm coming in, it will not wreck the ships. So that's how the ships were saved. But my question was that did it actually save the communities? So the communities, the coastal communities who were living in Calcutta, they were affected. But apart from that, there were communities which were living in the Sundarban area who were massively affected by the 1876 cyclone. So, this 1876 cyclone, why I'm saying that it has affected a huge population, because we have figures. Although the reporting of 1864 is much more extensive, the reporting of 1876 cyclone, although the mortality is much more, has not been reported so much in the British accounts. And that actually has helped me to enter into this, the investigation as to why this happened and how it has affected 1876 cyclone has affected the communities at large. Now, it so happened that the British government at that time was trying to allot lands, and I have published one of the papers about the Alluvium and Diluvium Act of 1825. Now, this Alluvium and Diluvium Act was then implemented very swiftly in Sundarban area. New lands were being allotted because the British government wanted to generate revenue. So, yeah, I'm just going to conclude very quickly. Right. Now, while I was doing all this, I will just conclude that why, the communities, or for that matter, Abul Fazl doesn't mention about, the death and the mortality due to the massive cyclone. Or even the later accounts do not mention about the deaths. Even 1737 one, or the one that came in 1864, it did not lead to deaths in the Sundarban area. The reason was simple, because people were not settled in those areas at that time. The reason was that the communities had their own traditional way of understanding the cyclone. They have their own ways of, knowing that the cyclone is coming. So we have, accounts of dogs howling, leaves of the silk cotton trees turning upside down, ants moving to the higher grounds, roaring sound coming from the Bay of Bengal 2 days ago, and then the birds tended to fly closer to the ground, ripening and early rotting of fruits, and unusual flowering of plants. I mean, these are few of the observations that were quite useful for the local communities that they often use. But then you have, the Sundarban area, which has been newly settled because the British government wanted to collect revenue from those areas. They settled them, but then they were vulnerable people. Now, I just want to conclude with a very interesting, terminology which has been used by Greg Bancroft, who says that there was some kind of tropical otherness which was created during those years. Now, was this massive reporting of 1864 actually created because they wanted to create the tropical otherness? Was it because the British government wanted to say that these tropical cyclones are different and these are, this is a different environment where you have the cyclones coming in. So they wanted to create some kind of a fear and then come with solutions. Now this is, but then at the same time, they were not doing anything for the communities. So you create an otherness, you create a tropical otherness, create a fear, and then you don't do anything for the community. So you save the ships, you save your own properties with this kind of a forecasting, with this kind of a modeling, but the communities at large have not been saved. Right, we can take up questions. When we discuss, more issues would come up. Thank you so much for listening.
Friends, now the papers are open to discussion. Questions, queries or observations are invited from participants.
लाइट जला दो दूसरी साइड से भी लाइट जला दो
Yes, please.
ये नहीं है कि जया
माइक उधर है
Hello. Sir, my question is from Vipul sir.
Okay.
This was a very interesting talk, sir, and cyclone is very important. Knowledge of cyclone is very important. In 2004, Jolwa tribe saved them from cyclone tsunami, and through observation. My question is, sir, you talked about most of the cyclone came during October, November in Andaman Nicobar area. So there was some linkage of shape, that is funnel shape of Bay of Bengal. Is cyclone is related to that shape? Thank you, sir.
Yeah. See, as I mentioned that there are two phases of cyclones. Yeah. So, as I mentioned that there are two types of cyclones. There is one which comes in the month of April, just before the monsoon. The cyclone which comes in the month of monsoon, just before the monsoon, is actually taking a clockwise turn, right? When the cyclone moves, it takes a clockwise one. The one which comes in October, November, is actually anti-clock. So when it moves anti-clock, it takes a spiral turn and then turns towards Bengal, enters in the northeast. Now, the one that affects Bonn is the one that comes in October. So वो जो आप बात कर रहे थे, वो शायद उसी का रेफरेंस था जिसके बारे में बताया गया, क्योंकि जितना ज्यादा सी में देर तक रहेगा साइक्लोन स्टॉर्म, वो उतना ज्यादा पावरफुल हो जाता है. अगर वो स्ट्रेट जाएगा तो वो हिट करेगा कोस्ट को, उतना इंटेंसिव नहीं रहेगा और इसीलिए उसका इंपैक्ट ज्यादा नहीं होता है. तो जितना ज्यादा वो घूमेगा समुद्र के अंदर, उतना ज्यादा वो पावरफुल होता जाता है. सो उसका जो लेंथ है, जो जिस तरह डिस्टेंस जो वो कवर करता है, वो बहुत मैटर करता है साइक्लोन के स्ट्रेंथ.
Yes, please. I have a question for.
Hi, thanks for this. So between Kingsbury's Bengal cyclone 1876, Tirthankar Roy's disasters in natural history, I always thought that meteorological development happened to track famines. So because there's such a close overlap in this time period between intense famines, 1860s to 1890s, and cyclones, is it possible to distinguish? Because I think very interesting that it's actually cyclones which gets this very important development in history. tracking weather. So I just want to know your thoughts. How does one separate the cyclone effect versus, because there's a lot of literature that's saying that famines brought about meteorological development.
Now, that's something which the British government actually always claimed. And if you read those, these accounts very carefully and very minutely, you will. I mean, this is my interpretation. Although Benjamin Kingsbury also talks about the imperial, cycle, how these cyclones are actually the imperial one. He talks about the anthropogenic changes that have come in the entire Bengal area of how the deforestation has taken place. So I didn't mention about that because that has already been written. But my point of departure is actually that the British government always talks about these scientific discoveries and the new information that are coming from Europe and outside with this emphasis that it wants to help the communities, it wants to actually benefit the communities. But my larger argument is that this is actually not for the, for practical purposes, it is not actually benefiting the communities. But like after 1876 cyclone, which Benjamin Kingsbury mentions about, is that, how after the cyclone there has been a massive disease spread, cholera and many others. And how, because there was stagnation of water all around, and this Sundarban area being a low-lying area, how the water got stagnated and the disease occurred. So there were deaths immediately after 1876, and then there were deaths many years after that. I hope I have answered what.
Any other question?
I have a question for Professor Khatak. Ma'am, you were talking about different.
First, let us discuss
Dr.
presentation of Professor Vipul.
Please.
So I have a question to Professor Vipul Singh.
Mike.
Sir, I was just having a query. I was trying to know how the Britishers were using the early trade history of India, like communities, knowledge of early period. At least we are having many trading examples of 6th century, 7th century, early medieval India. So, trying to know whether Britishers were utilizing this also for their own knowledge system or not. So that is the kind of query I have.
In many of the, while these officers, these meteorological experts were being hired by the British, I know, for example, Blandford, because Blandford not only collected data from the observation stations, he also collected a lot of information from local communities. So, I mean, they were interested about it. They wanted to know actually how the people actually understood these cyclones during those years, and also obviously about the the trade winds which helped the sailing of the ships, because India at that time had a long history of trading networks, both in Asia and especially in Southeast Asia. So they wanted to know about that, how they did it, and what is their information, what is their knowledge about it. So many of the accounts mention this.
Yeah. Sir, I have a query which I would like to ask. Thanks for the enriching lecture. Sir, I want to know how I can access these log books which you just mentioned. And the second thing is that there is a Donald Butler who came in India, and there is a book by him, Statistical and Topographical Study of South Awadh and Sultanpur Cantonment, where he says climate is changing, water table is declining, and so many other things. Do you have other data to corroborate with this?
not the time to talk all about this. We have many related data. I'm still working in that field. This is work in progress, so may not be able to tell you in detail now. But then, yes, logbooks are available in British Library. You can you have access to the library. You can go and check those logbooks. They are very rich.
Yes, please. The last.
We're discussing the history of Samayavad to no Samayatit ho gaye. Uske bhi ek perspective
I think now we are a little bit relaxed, right? We can do justice with the presenters as well as the themes.
Sir, I'm really thankful for the very illuminating presentation that you made, and I have a very specific question related to say cyclones, and like the question of cyclones is also very closely linked to the siltation of the rivers which was happening at around the Bengal coast. For instance, like you were relating the 1864 cyclone and the destruction caused by it to meteorological development, but Benjamin Lakam was trying to create a certain port city near Kulti, near Calcutta, in order to relieve the burden of ships from Calcutta port, and to prevent, since the Calcutta port was being silted back then, and this was much before 1864.
What is the question?
So my question is that is there a certain link between the private enterprise of these people and the damage caused by it and meteorological development? Because this is not exactly related to the companies, to the British government's work. It is more related to private enterprise and private capitalism. So I'm asking that.
Yes, of course, this, the meteorological developments were more for the benefit of the colonies, benefit of not the colonies but the colonizers. And the obviously the siltation that you're talking about, it was one of the concerns. In fact, after 1864 also there was a siltation, and after 1876 you have the siltation of the lower Bengal area, because most of the estuaries, most of the rivers, the Meghna river and all the many of the branches coming out of those rivers, they were all silted up, and then the storm sea water, the salty sea water, then entered into those estuaries, and from there on it entered into the agricultural field. So that was one of the concerns. And in fact, just before 1876 cyclone, I remember there was a proposal by one of the I think it was Dalhousie, who had asked the officers to look for some locations where you can establish a port, because they wanted an alternative post other than Calcutta. And then there were certain experts who actually raised a concern about this. These are all recorded. There was an open letter written by Paddington himself. Paddington at that time wrote an open letter to Dalhousie saying that, it's very concerning. If you develop a port there in the lower delta, that could be actually, you never know when the cyclone is coming. So this is a vulnerable area. I said that, the anxiety that the British had was always there in the minds of the British, and then they experimented with different things at that time.
There are other papers, you know. If you have any question
Please go
on...
ahead, Vipul.
No, okay, it's all right. Thank you very much. If you have any other question on the...
For the other two.
Yes, other papers.
Yeah, it's a very wonderful paper, sir. I just wanted to ask you a simple question. Like, as you said that there was during the cyclone of 1864, we don't really come across, we do come across many deaths in Calcutta and Sundarban area. We do not really find a similar kind of data for the previous period. So, like if you see Richard Eaton, he says that there was settlement in the Sundarban area right from the 16th century onwards. And a large number of Mangal Kavyas as well as the Peer Sahityas are written, the gods and goddesses were, invoked to protect them from this kind of calamities. So my question is that whether, like we've been discussing about what British government was trying to do, to protect them or, their strategies. But what is there any evidence did you get where we can find that the Mughal state was also doing something to protect these people, or the kind of help might have they extended. So it's just
I hope I get this, because that's what I'm looking for. Because Mughal accounts, they do not give you much information related to the oceans. You have many information related to inland waterways, but not about the oceans and the kind of challenges that the ocean create. So oceanscape, when we talk about the oceans and the challenges that it creates, I think Mughal accounts lack a bit of it. I mean, whatever I've read so far. But yeah, that would be very interesting if we get some information related to that. I said that I'm still working on the 17th century oceanic circulation in the context of not only Mughal India but also other parts of India. And 17th century is my area of investigation, because that was one of the most productive centuries for other parts of the world. So I'm surprised that how 17th century cannot be so productive in terms of environmental history.
Thanks.
Last question from Professor Parul. If at all you are interested.
Well, actually they are both friends, so we can discuss outside if it's getting late.
That's very nice of you.
Yes.
He was not wanting to ask.
We can discuss outside.
Tomorrow we are here only, and we can discuss any time. So friends, during this session, 4 very productive papers have been produced, and these papers were on very varied, wide themes. They covered, very wide space and time, and a good discussion was, held. That was also very interesting discussion. And I must, thank all the presenters, my colleagues, as well as, my colleagues, sitting in the audiences. Students also deserve, special thanks for their patience and participation right from morning till evening. And we will be meeting tomorrow, in the morning for the next session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nana, please be settled, be settled, be settled.
Audience, please settle down.
Settle down.
Now I request that to felicitate our guest and chairperson.
Time to speak about my experiences in Delhi.
This is so good and it's a precious memory.
Thank you.
Wonderful thought. This is really a much.